At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. We're up here desperately trying not to get caught up in any of these wires and cables that, I don't know. It's probably because the guy that did it has said such things. And you can see the societal lights and... Don Pettit, fucking... I would go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but unfortunately, we've lost that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
It's like a cable come unplugged.
Science. Boy. I'm talking to some real science geniuses today on Facebook, too. Holy fucking shit.
What's going on?
Oh, my God. Some of these people and this stuff.
What is
They come up with. Oh, he was talking about this gravity, and it was as bad as Martin with his I said, how do you know that weight is due to gravity? And he said, because it is. And I was like, wow, that's gonna have to that makes me totally rethink my whole stance on this. I mean, just some of the shit they come up with, and what you find out is it's just pretty much blind faith belief in what they've been told. And it's concreted in them by their perception of the people it tells it to them. They don't bother to investigate it because they've placed other people intellectually above them, the same way as they put people, other people above them in a social status, just based on their supposed occupation or a certain suit that they're wearing. It's amazing. We're all just people. There's Bear Jew. Good to see you, Bear Jew. Got no longer on the ball with us here. GT 1982 Mustang. Good to see all. Jehovah's daughter Barbara is here with us. We got unindoctrinated. Let's see who else we got. Walrus I am the walrus, cuckoo, cachoo, right? Let's see. No longer on the ball. Chicago Cubby Bear. Cubby, what's up, bro? Let's see. Saddlebums joined us too. Tartarian Mandela. And I found a really cool thing today. I'm going to have to show this to you regarding Jaws. There's a kid's storybook. You know, those little golden books that are like maybe 10 pages long and there's like maybe one little sentence on each page.
Yeah.
They got one for Jaws, you know, up at Food Line. And I got to looking at it, and I'll show it to you because there's some great, it's really good because the thing they actually have the you're gonna need a bigger boat quoted in the fucking little kid's storybook. I have it on my Facebook. Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up. This should be, oh, I am live on Facebook. Cool. Hello, everybody over on Facebook. If there's anybody over there, I don't know. I can't see what's going on here. It says live video. I don't know. Maybe it's doing it. Somebody will have to go on there and let me know. I don't see where there's like comments or anything else like that. But hey, they should come in on here, right? Okay. Yeah. All right. So if this is working, which I'm not really sure if it is or not. It looks like it is. It is on the Facebook on here. But anyway, I'm going to go over to my page real quick. And there we go. Yeah, it looks like I'm live. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So just a second. Where is this? Did I post it? Wait a second. I'm looking. Hold on. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, here I did. Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to pull this up real quick. And I sent this to Brian Stavely. So I got that. Let me make this big. I'm not a big Facebook guy, so, you know, bear with me for a minute. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. So this was what I found. This is pretty crazy. So check this out, Stavely. I found this Jaws book at Food Lion for little kids, right? And on this part in here, it says, suddenly the shark bursts out of the water. It's very big. And he says, the boat suddenly seems very small. You're going to need a bigger boat, Brody tells Quint. So I'm going to go back and I think I'm going to buy that. It was like $4 or $5. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why not? Right. Sounds like it could be pretty cool thing to have around. I kind of have a little collection of things like that going on. But okay, so tonight we're going to be covering, there was a debate recently on Jeranism between Brenda of Brenda Debates, and we're familiar with her. Most of us are anyways. And Pitch Lumen. I've put the link to the entire video on Jeranism in the description to the video. So go over there. It's a good channel. Subscribe to it. He's got some pretty good content. I enjoy it. So, you know, check it out. But that's where we got this from. And we're actually going to be, let me see where we're at here. I think, wait, too far into it. Let me just go back enough so that, okay, I think I'm right at where it starts. Good. And yeah, Nathan at or Pitch Lumen. And this was actually from November of this last year. But I like going into some of these because especially when there's some really angry globe haters, man. And those are the ones I like to watch and see, you know, what the fuck is it with these people that this is their whole thing, you know? So I am going to bring this up. We'll full screen it and unmuted, of course. Let me see. Anybody got anything in the chat? We're going Jawa and Salt of the True Earth. Yo, what's happening? Got a few more people lining up in the queue in here. And of course, if any of you would like to hit the link and come up, maybe you have a question or you want to expound on something that's brought up in the debate or whatnot, by all means, feel free to do that. The link is pinned up at the top of the chat. And as always, make sure you like, share, subscribe, and let's get ready to rumble. I don't know if that's really, because too often these debates turn into fights, and they shouldn't turn into fights. It should be, logically present your argument. And look, man, if you have to make shit up or lie, then you don't have a fucking argument. That's the way I look at it.
Right.
That's just,
Huh.
yeah.
You're right.
Choice here, Pitch. We're going to do this coin toss. You get to pick Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye. I'm sorry to put you in that position.
Oh, can I guess the side of the coin,
This-
please?
Nope.
I'll take. Let's see. Tails never fails. I'll go with Bill.
Bill. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Nice like that. Okay. Bill it is. And let's see. You got no.
You double NASA's budget.
Now we got to double NASA's budget. Way to go. So,
You double it.
Brenda, do you want to go first or second?
Let the newbie go first.
Okay. Sounds good. We're going to put Pitch up there. Pitch, we're going to start out, and just to give everybody a little heads up.
Yeah.
What's so funny? You all right? Hey, I didn't make that. If anybody wants to use that coin, they can. They go to Jeranism.fun. Jeranism.fun. Is how you get to that. There's actually somebody made that website. So if you go to jeranism.com/debatism, it'll take you to the place where, there we go, where you can get some information on these debates. And then also down here, you can see the format. So just to let you know what we're going through. We're just doing the, by the way, just to remind you guys, you each get a 1-2-minute takeover at any point. You can use it during somebody's intro, during somebody's claims, wherever. If they're just saying something and you want to get your point in and you want the floor, just kind of wave me down, show me that you want it, and then we'll put the other person on mute. You get 2 full minutes to address the audience. And then also you can, if you want additional time, you can ask twice for an additional minute. Other than that, we've got the intro, which is going to be 3 minutes each, followed by a 1-minute rebuttal or response. And then we will go into the 3 questions, and then we'll go into the 4 claims, and we'll do a conclusion, short one, 2 minutes each, and then we'll read your super chat. So if you want a super chat, you can do so through Rockfin Tipping or YouTube super chat, and we'll get to those at the very end. Sound good? Super chat.
Hey, Ryan, how do you know? I'm just fucking with you, bro. I get it, man. Wrong Ryan. My son's name is Ryan, too. That's all.
Super chat. Super chat. All right, here we go, guys. It is 6 questions. It is 8 claims. It is 90 minutes. It starts now. It is Debatism. Let's get it on. Pitch, you got a 3-minute intro. You may begin when you are ready.
Okay. Sounds good. So that was a really declarative statement, by the way, for Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just a straight up declaration of doubling the budget, which, by the way, if we're going to take NASA's budget and we're going to, instead of using that funds to send stuff into space, we could help people with that money here on Earth. So we could double it and then give one day Compton, then Chicago, then Flint the next day, and pass it along to all the cities. Anyway, so what I'm going to be talking about is the geometric shape of water. And if you, geometry talks about shapes, and there are coordinate systems in geometry. And so basically what I'm going to present here today.
That's basically water doesn't have a fucking shape. Okay. I mean, it'll assume the shape of whatever basin or container that it's in, but it doesn't have fluids don't have shapes, right? And this is why I've said it's impossible for a ball of gas to form any fucking where,
Is we're going to assume that this green line here is flat and level, and that there are 4 lights. And if you coordinate these out on an XY system, let's see if I bring this closer a little bit here. If you plot these points out, what you're going to get is you're going to see that they are
probably be a good idea to use like maybe black for your marker instead of green, light green on a white background. So I'm just putting that out there, man.
planar, they are horizontal, they are level. And what that is an indication that the surface of the water at the surface is expressing the shape that is revealed by what you plot out on the graph. And so I'll show an observation about that. as well as other features, not just at the surface of water, but even down below. When you get into the oceans, there are things called abyssal plains, and these are very broad regions of the earth, and they are flats as well. So we have several areas of what is supposed to be a continuously curving cosmology earth, and that's not observed. So there might be slopes here and there, ups and downs and divots and things, but there are large portions, large swaths, observations that have been made that are too far away for a globe with the claimed knowledge size of the equator of the circumference. And so that is going to be, in talking about the shape, you have the surface, the earth, and I like to state it that I take the earth itself, testing of the ground, of the water, as a primary evidence, as opposed to alternative evidences like describing phenomena upon the earth, like going down, or things going down or up, depending on their density, or something like the sky, which is also not on the ground, and you have to know the ground before the sky. So I don't concede away to secondary and primary when we're talking about the cosmology and the shape, because they're determined on the earth. And so that's where I will be holding my position.
Perfect. We got
Even I think as a flat earther could probably just not, I could go against that argument, what he's doing. This is what these guys got to stop doing. You got to go in and look at it as for what we do not see evidence of. Okay. This is the whole thing. Yeah, you can use water as level. Absolutely, man, because that one's indisputable. But you know right away what this bird's going to start saying. He's going to put this with your abysmal density gradients or whatever you're talking about in the ocean. She's going to do the same thing as they try to do with the goddamn Atmos. You'll see. But anyway, we'll see how he does. He's young.
Brenda up next. Brenda, you got 3 minutes when you want. You can begin.
Sure. I'm going to share my screen here.
No problem.
Hello, one more quarter. Good to see you, brother. Elaine Freedom.
Man,
there should be a button at the bottom that says share screen.
Yeah, I got that, but there we go. Everything is so slow for me today. I don't know why.
Some issues today. No idea. What is going on here? I went the wrong one.
The system is really sluggish, and I don't know why that is. So what I'm going to be showing here is tonight is a spherical excess on a two-dimensional surface.
Welcome,
the
Earth.
interiors of a triangle add up to.
That's not a triangle. Okay, triangles do not have arcs. That's a spline. Sorry, Brenda.
On a two-dimensional surface, flat surface, they add up to 180. On a sphere, they'll add up to be greater than 180, and that is what we observe. So since we observe that, and that is evidence that the Earth is flat. I mean, not flat. The Earth is a globe because
whoops.
That can only happen on a sphere.
No, you had it right the first time, kid.
That's what I'll be talking
about. You had it right
about.
the first time, Brenda. You absolutely had it right the first time, man. Oh, it does. It is proof. Because if you're going to use triangles, you can't just go in and start mathematically bending shit or flattening them out and then bending them later. That's fucking stupid. I don't know why they're doing that. Well, to make you think you're on a ball. That's why.
I guess.
Okay, that's your intro?
I guess so, yeah.
Mist is calling as an Ozzy Osbourne impersonator. I can tell you that. You know? Okay, yeah, it look a bit like Ozzy, don't it? Yeah.
I see it.
All you have to do is practice slurring your speech a little more.
I know, man. Ozzy saying.
Ozzy, See him get mad because the Earth's not a globe and bite the head off a fucking bat or something. Holy shit.
Sounds good. And so we've got to go on to the questions now. You can basically have a minute to ask Brenda anything you want. Go ahead, pitch.
Pertaining to the intro or of the questions that we talked
Oh,
about?
I guess we forgot to do that part. Actually, you were supposed to each give a response to the intro, and I didn't do that. Did you want to respond to Nathan first, Brenda, in a minute? Or you're on mute. You're on mute, Brenda.
It's like Brenda's always got sores that kind of concern me on his lips or her lips. Or I thought maybe at first it was just like some kind of a discoloration, but it's different than from the last time I watched. I don't know. Maybe chapped lips or something. I don't know.
It's the first time I've seen him.
I don't have any particular response. I am interested in hearing what evidence he can show that demonstrates the Earth is flat. So he's going to need to show me measurements.
Okay. And Nathan, do you have any response to her intro?
Wait, you're going to have to show measurements of flatness? No. You got to show evidence of curvature. Okay? That's the positive claim. Right? So how are you going to give measurements of flatness? Right? Well, we've done that. We show that there's no 8 inches per mile squared. We see too far for distances prescribed. That's just a reversal fallacy. So stop it, Brenda.
Yeah, I'm just curious if people have actually gone out and measured like a substantially larger than 180 degree measurement. Like I think one of the things about spherical excess is they talk about like you would, if you started at the North Pole, went down to the equator, walked like 180 degrees around the globe, and then walked straight north back to the equator, you would get spherical excess. And so has anything like that been accounted for? Is it something beyond what could be, measurement error, or have to do with, if there's any error, it could have to do with the GPS transform and trying to alter the coordinate system to take the plane surveying and the data of the features of the Earth, which I will show our planer, and then trying to wrap that around a ball could potentially be where some excess comes from. So I'd be curious about just kind of a little more about the spherical excess and the measurements that are made, the detail, the width of the triangle, or how big the triangles are. Are they walking to the equator, or is it a smaller local measurement?
Okay, hopefully we get into that. So you get to ask her a question first if you have a direct question for Brenda.
Yeah, so I will go with the first question that I had here, which is, are demonstrations and explanations the same thing?
No, they're not. In science, we have observations, hypotheses, experiments, and theories. Theories make predictions, and theories have explanatory power. Explanation means to give reasons for why we observe some phenomenon. A demonstration would simply be demonstrating an already known phenomenon. So if I wish to demonstrate.
Right. So go to the experimentation part there, Brenda. There's where the key is, right? Go to the experimentation part.
That I can talk into this microphone on this one side of the room, and my voice will appear on the other side of the room, thus demonstrating radio waves, right? That would be something already known. So it's just a demonstration that that shows a particular phenomenon, whereas an explanation would be something from a theory. Theories would have explanatory power. That is, they explain, they give reasons, causal reasons.
No,
why,
that's not what they
why
do.
we see the results in
the theory is why you think something's going on, that you've done some shit and you say, okay, so now my theory is that this is going on. Okay. Not because of an observation. So now you have to go from that. A theory is not much different than a hypothesis, it's still through experimentation is how you, that's how you determine what is actually going on, not through, oh, I think this is it, and the hypothesis says that, and theoretically this is what should happen. You have to demonstrate that that actually happens.
To get the result.
Right. I don't know. It's a lot of fucking word magic bullshit going on with these people.
The experiments that we do.
Okay, thank you. You can ask Nathan one now.
Oh, okay. On a scale of 1 to 100, 0 equaling total disbelief, 100 equaling total confidence in the flat Earth, what evidence would reduce your confidence in flat Earth from, say, 100% to 90%?
Okay, I'll answer that question, and then I also will throw in an answer as well to what would completely switch me back to where I used to be. And so the first thing that would take me down to probably about 90, I tried to figure pretty hard on this because a lot of stuff about the horizon and curvature there's like literally like miraging and blurring in that area. And then the motion is admitted to not move. And that would, I think, be what takes me down to 90, would be if people more so like on the globe side to be able to admit, it would show me like an openness to, because there are some people who will admit, yes, in relativity, it ultimately.
I think what it would take for me, and many people would probably agree, in order for me to be convinced the Earth is a globe, after everything that I've looked into, everything that I've researched, every experiment, everything else, right, would probably be some kind of a traumatic fucking head injury that would disable me from having any kind of cognitive thought. At this point, that's what it would be for me. Okay. I've been down all these roads, man. I mean, it's just like, no, there is no possibility of a globe. And the reason is because it's freaking scientifically impossible. Okay. There's no getting away from that. There is no getting away from that. It is scientifically impossible. Right out of the box. Okay. Observations and experiments. That's not just, oh, we think this is what happened in your experiment. So what? You measured how fast some shit falls. You have to know what the cause is. You have to definitively know what the cause is in order to be able to prescribe that to other objects and then say, oh yeah, well, we worked this out backwards from a formula so that proves that that's what's happening. Come on, man. Y'all got to quit this.
Technically does say
Yeah, frontal
that
lobotomy,
the
right?
non-moving Earth and a moving sky are just as valid as a moving Earth and a non-moving sky. They're mathematically equivalent. To admit that would show good. And there are a lot of good faith people out there on the globe side. I've talked to many. I'm in comments. I've talked with some people who are maybe a little more. I wouldn't know how to describe it really, but that kind of openness, I think, just shows willingness to have a conversation, to be willing to learn from the other side, to 100% convince me because of the shenanigans that have happened around various topics and everything. Throwing a straight up one video camera and no edits or anything, put it on a rocket, send it out far enough away from the Earth where it straight up shows the globe. That's undeniable to me, and I think it would actually also be undeniable to quite a lot of other people who have been looking for a long time. So
okay, good. We got Pitch. You get question number 2.
Okay. If one claims a variable causes an effect, should they need to demonstrate that variable causing the effect?
Yeah, that would be the experiment. That would be done in the experiment. In the experiment, you change the independent variable, and the dependent variable should change as the independent variable changes. So
Right.
You push on A and B moves, right? So
Okay.
that's how that would work. So yes, when you change a variable, the independent variable, the dependent variable is the one that depends causally on the independent variable.
Right. So now apply that to your gravity. Right? Gravity is your independent variable. The dependent variable is the object falling. Now, you have to isolate and modulate the independent variable. How did you determine that this made up bullshit gravity was actually the causation of what you witnessed? Just because you measured how fast the dependent variable falls, you haven't done anything. The only thing that they've ever done is to remove the medium. That's all they've done. But they don't want to tell you things weigh more in a vacuum. That's interesting. That's pretty damn interesting, right? And if I what I say, it is the medium and not gravity. It's a ratio between the object. It's a ratio between the object and the medium in which it's in. The relative density of the object in comparison in ratio to the relative density of the medium in which it's residing. Okay. The medium is going to either reject it or it's going to reject the medium. Either way, right? So within that ratio, if I increase the density of the medium, then I change the entire equation, haven't I? Because now things are going to go at a slower rate. And now, as I increase the medium, this is the thing with fluid dynamics. As I increase the medium, I'm going to achieve a different weight because that weight is the relative density within that medium. Okay, it's the status of, it's a quantification of its disequilibrium is basically what it is. Okay, nothing more, nothing less. We quantify that. Okay, and we can change the weight by changing the medium. Okay, it's not really that difficult to understand. I wish more people could get this, but
And so then that would demonstrate or show in the experiment that the two, there's a correlation between those two. A causal correlation.
right. So your causal correlation is the independent variable, Brenda. So how did you isolate and modulate the independent variable of what you say is gravity? I mean, you didn't even have any proof to come up with that real hypothesis at all. A fucking child understands what I've stated.
Yes.
Okay. Pitch, you good? Okay. And we got Brenda, your second question.
What direct experiment or experiments can you cite to support the positive claim that the Earth is flat? Because
it's a straw man fallacy right there, because it's not a positive claim. Flat Earth is an observation. Okay. This is why they have to tell you that you live on a globe. Okay. It's flat. The Earth being level is an observation. It being stationary is an observation. We feel no movement. We see no curvature. Well, have you checked? Why would I check? I don't see any. Why would I check to see if there is curvature? Whoever even thought that dumb shit in the first place? You know, so that's bullshit. Reversal fallacy, man. You can't turn around and say, oh, the positive claim. That is not the positive claim. Okay. It's like, yeah, it's really bad, really bad. This is what they depend on too.
All too often, flat earthers seem to think that they don't have to present evidence, and I think you do.
Okay, Pitch.
Yeah. Can I share my screen, Jerry?
You may.
So yes, I'm with you about the showing your evidence to back it up. I think that's important to do. So this here is actually what I want to show. And so this is what someone observed. This is over a frozen lake, and the observer is at an observer height of 1 foot, and 5 miles away from them is the closest light. Sorry, they're sub 1 foot. They're about 7 inches, 8 inches. The first light is 5 miles away, 1 foot high. Second light, 6 miles away, 7 miles away, 8 miles away. They're all 1 foot off the ground. and they're all visible in a linear, and there's a video of this too, so you can see it. Groutaone, Groutaone is the guy who made this observation, but you can see that they all appear in a line, and so they are linear spaced.
Time, you want an extra minute?
Yeah, I'll take my extra minute because I want to explain this one a little bit here. So thank you. So the lights are equally spaced, linear increments. It's 1 mile each, so 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles. And now if you take, and we're just going to go for simplicity's sake because it's just talking about the physical geometric shape of the Earth. If the Earth were a globe, there would be a non-linear increase in curve because the amount of curvature away from the observer at 5 miles is not directly a linear step to 6 miles that is directly linear to 7. Each curve is further contouring off of the last curve, giving it slightly more down. And so what I have never seen actually is a recreation on a known curved surface to scale, showing refraction or any claim being able to make it appear flat, all 4 lights in that scaled experiment with the claimed variable, controlling for it and getting it to demonstrate this here.
Okay. That was your answer to Brenda?
That was his,
Yeah.
what's his first claim?
That was for showing the.
No, you asked.
Oh, okay. Yes, right.
Yes.
That was your response to my second question. Yes, you're
Okay,
right.
Yes.
so you got your third question. Go ahead, Pitch.
Oh, yes. Let's see.
Come on, kid,
Have
get it
globe
together.
advocates and flat earth advocates in the past been wrong about claims like a globe saying that flat earth cannot explain an odd sun pattern lighting, but then showing it over like recreating horseshoe lighting over a dome or using a dome, or flat earthers saying that rail tracks couldn't curve to a globe despite them being in smaller segments that wouldn't have as a structural effect on the curve of the rails. So it's within confines. Like, have people on both sides been incorrect about claims here or there?
Absolutely.
No.
There are
Question is that.
dumb flat earther, globe earthers and flat earthers out there. People make mistakes all the time. I make mistakes. We all make mistakes. And we should, if we apply the principle of charity, understand that people make mistakes and not engage in what is called the fallacy, that simply because somebody makes a fallacious argument, therefore the claim being made is necessarily false. It isn't necessarily true. People can make bad arguments for things and put forward false arguments that can be shown to be false, and it could still be true. They're just made a mistake, or they're just wrong or ignorant ignorant in the sense of not knowing. And I see that fairly often on Globers. There are Globers that I've seen debate with people who go in thinking that they know a great deal because it seems like something that is very elementary, that they and then they mess up because they don't know as much as they thought they did.
Okay. And Brenda, your final question.
This is to turn it around. And he could ask me if he really wanted to too. What is the best evidence for the globe? And what would you say your confidence level for it is? Because for me, everything is about levels of confidence. It's not certainty. Certainty isn't knowledge, isn't knowing.
What? If you know something, you are certain of it. Let's just real fucking quick. Let's see what the definition of certain is. Okay. All right. So it says here certain. And it even sounds like, yes, known for sure, to establish beyond doubt. Okay. Known for sure, established beyond doubt. Right on. Okay. Similar, unquestionable, sure, definite, beyond doubt, unequivocal. Definition number 2, specific but not explicitly named or stated. He raised a certain, okay, so that's not even in the context. So certainty means, no, not certainly, certainty. Firm conviction that something is the case. Okay. Now, I don't know how someone can have firm conviction in something if they don't really know for sure. Right. So come on, y'all.
And in science, we have degrees of confidence, not really, it's not black and white. It's shades of gray. So what is your best, what do you think is the Glober's best argument for the globe?
Can I answer as like what the globe has going for that side? Because I can't really think. I can kind of think of like a collective, rather than like a specific example.
However you want to answer the question is fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah. See, just 1 second. Nathan and I and Michael MC Toon met over the weekend and had coffee and had a very cordial time. And so I know Nathan and we've met, and this is I like Nathan. He is a decent person, and inquisitive, and asking questions. And so however he wishes to answer this question is fine with me.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Brenda. It was a really enjoyable time, and yes, very respectful
Yeah.
and insightful and thought-provoking.
That's how it should be. That's how it should be, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Even if people disagree, no matter what, if you can talk about it, it can, it's productive and peaceful.
Yeah, but you're still a big fat poopy head.
Oh gosh. So what I think that the globe, the best thing that the globe has in totality is they have had a long period of time with the teaching of the globe. A lot of very smart people who are thinking in these areas have explanations built towards these things. So like these more secondary matters of like explaining a downward force or a change in, for example, like if you fly something over a mountain, the amount of like gravity that is affected on it changes because it's close to the mountain. There are explanations for that on a planar cosmology as well. But there are a lot of very like specific or technical arguments that are like about things upon the earth that I do think that the globe has down. I think a lot of the maths are accurate, even if they do not reflect or have application to reality in a sense. They are still accurate maths. Mathematicians are accurate, scientists are accurate, and a lot of things.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't think that this guy's has anybody ever heard of him before? Pitch Lumen? Does he have a fucking YouTube channel? Let me look here real quick. Let me go over here and look real quick. Because I'm wondering, I mean, dude, these arguments of yours really kind of suck, man. So let's see. Yeah, Nathan has his page isn't available. Sorry about that. Try searching for something else. So he doesn't even have a fucking channel anymore. Okay. Damn it.
Is new. So you get a choice here.
Hang on.
Me if
How
you really
far was
wanted
I?
to too. What is the
This here is actually what I want
Hang on, let me get over to where I was.
to 6 miles that wouldn't have as a structural effect on the curve of the rail.
Oh, he's still talking about the rails. How far was I in this? Let's see. I think this is close enough. But yeah, I'm wondering because this guy's arguments are like really fucking set him up, knock him down. I mean, I'm wondering if maybe his channel you can't go to, I've noticed. I'd never heard of him before, but the name Pitch Lumen sounds familiar to me for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Maybe it's somebody I've seen in a chat or something, but I'm halfway wondering if this ain't a setup because I've been seeing them do that recently, where they want to have a debate with a flat earther and they set up their own flat earther that nobody's heard of, that isn't one. And Flatzoid Perspective did one the other that was just a joke and a half with this guy that had this frizzy hair and shit. It was really crazy. So yeah, this is like one of their newest tactics, but I don't know. Let's watch this guy. I don't think he's doing such a hot fucking job, to tell you the truth. I mean, I've knocked about everything Brenda's come up with out the fucking window. And this guy's just kind of like, I don't know, man. See, it's early on. Let's see what's going on with it.
Respectful
Yeah.
and insightful and thought provoking.
That's how it should be. That's how it should be, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Even if people disagree, no matter what, if you can talk about it, it can, it's productive and peaceful.
Yeah, but you're still a big fat poopy head.
Oh gosh. So what I think that the globe, the best thing that the globe has in totality is they have had a long period of time with the teaching of the globe. A lot of very smart people who are thinking in these areas have explanations built towards these things. So like these more secondary matters of like explaining a downward force or a change in, for example, like if you fly something over a mountain, the amount of like gravity that is affected on it changes because it's close to the mountain. There are explanations for that on a planar cosmology as well. But
Wait a minute. Wait the fuck a minute here. Just a minute. This kid is suggesting that there's any credibility to the idea of a mountain having enough gravity to affect, or having gravity at all, that it would affect an airplane flying by. Okay, no. Where the fuck did you get this? So he says this as though, well, it's something that could work on either one. You want to explain to me how, if you got proof of a fucking mountain pulling on airplanes? I mean, yeah, down. I've heard of them crashing into mountains and shit, but that's not because the mountain has gravity. Where did this guy come from? Your nose is itchy. Is that because you smell a fucking scam going on, Angela? I do. Let's see. There's a ball in front of your face, and of course, it takes a long time to show someone else. There's no ball in front of my face. Where? Where is there a fucking ball in front of my face? What would if I went outside and looked around, what would make me go, hey, man, I think I'm standing on a fucking ball? Nothing.
Right.
Not a goddamn thing. You're stupid.
Ain't nothing around like that I feel I'm standing on.
Fuck no. It's the
Seems-
dumbest shit all the time. Get tired from either walking downhill or uphill all the time anyway. So what the hell?
are a lot of very like specific or technical arguments that are like about things upon the earth that I do think that the globe has down. I think a lot of the maths are accurate, even if they do not reflect
No.
or have application.
They're sort of accurate, but the bottom line is this: the Cartesian coordinate system was set up a long time ago. People can map coastlines and shit, but there's nobody out there mapping the entire fucking world. All right? That's just all there is to it. Nobody. Not even you, M-Ball. You couldn't even make a map of your house. So shut up. You're not a cartographer. I'm not a cartographer. None of us ever said have ever made maps or anything. Okay? So I don't want to hear. You don't live on a map. I might add that to you too. You don't live on a fucking map. Nobody's using a globe to navigate. And if you say Google Earth, I will ban you. Okay? I will ban you for even invoking a cartoon fucking ball on your phone. All right? That's just all. Yeah, no shit, right? There's all kinds of crazy nut shit with these fucking time zones everywhere, man. Yeah, not by you though. You don't have any idea if it's fucking right or not. So shut up. God damn. So you don't live on a map, M-Ball.
To reality, in a sense, they are still accurate. Mathematicians are accurate, scientists are accurate, and a lot of things. It's just these concepts that don't mean much here on Earth because it's about the Earth. But like fine-tuned things that I do think that they have down.
Okay, let's move on to claims. I believe we're all done with the questions. So, Pitch, you.
Basic physics actually destroy the globe. You're right. It does. They're a shit bear. Basic physics destroy the globe before you can even get it out of the box. Okay. You can't have a gas pressure system without containment. All right. And balls of gas don't form because gas doesn't have shapes. It doesn't take a shape. Okay, for any fucking reason at all, unless it's inside something, then it'll take that shape, but it's not really that shape. It's just moving around within the confines of that state, of that shape. That's cool. Everybody makes it. You still haven't made any maps. Okay, so, and they're not using a world map, okay, to fly airplanes, M-ball. You understand? They're not using a world map. You dig? All right. I hope you understand that. There's nobody that's going from fucking Munich to fucking Moscow using a world map. There's nobody going. They're just not doing it. So just shut up. No, they're not. They're not using a world map. You don't use a world map to travel to another state. You don't use a world map to travel to Canada. You use regional maps. Okay. And just like that, when they're navigating at sea and all that, they are using regional fucking maps. So, no, you don't, obviously, or you wouldn't be still saying stupid shit. All right. God damn. You know, you just have this diarrhea of stupidity that comes out of your fucking fingertips from your brain. And it's fucking wild. You need to wipe off your keyboard. There's so much bullshit has hit the fucking keys.
You are up first. You got 2 minutes. Make a claim, back it up with evidence, and then Brenda, you'll have a minute to respond, and we'll see if we need a open dialogue after that.
Yeah, okay. So the first one that I am going to show, which I kind of already did, but I can bring it back up here. If I could share my screen.
Are you sick of having issues
Yes,
with your webinars,
I am.
wasting tons
Dana
of
from
time
fucking
on
StreamYard.
troubleshooting with attendees? If so,
She's a little sex kitten.
So this here is these are the 4 lights, and so what this would be is like on it's a little bit dark, but like if you had a curve, this backlight back here would be, and they're all equally above the surface. This backlight would be farther down considerably than the 5 mile light. And so that they all appear linear, that 5 and 8, that 8 appears to have ramped up to 5, and 5 appeared to ramp up to meet our eye, and to have it all look horizontal and planar shows that water at rest, like a lake is. Water and what liquid and gas are both fluids, and they are essentially opposite in characteristic. I think, because gases are very high energy and escape from one another. They don't pull towards one another, and if they hit, they don't stick, they bounce off. Whereas fluids whereas liquids are fluids that are very low energy seeking. So all water is trying to seek the lowest possible potential energy that it can. So water molecules are trying to get down and dig down and get low, but other ones are crowding out. And so they can only get so far, but all water is trying to get as low as it can, which is planar at the surface of something like a lake. This is too large for a meniscus or anything like that, and no tides. So planar open body, surface of water, large body surface.
Yeah, a globe cannot be 71% flat fucking water. You know, I'm just saying.
Okay, you got a minute to respond to that if you want.
Oh, I agree that there's no meniscus, no need to think about that, and no tides, no need to think about tides. However,
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, but let's get in on the tides, Brenda. Let's talk about fucking tides, right? Okay. Tell me how you prove to me that the gravity of the moon is pulling on the fucking ocean, and then we'll go ahead and wonder how come there ain't no pulling on our fucking air. Because after all, isn't the gravity being held by the air? That'd be the easiest thing to be pulled on, right? Come on, y'all. These people in their fucking circular arguments.
was this during the winter?
Yes.
So in the winter, 1 foot above ice, it was?
Correct.
Yeah, you're going to have a very strong index of refraction, and I think that accounts for what we see here. The further lights are being refracted and curved along that channel of 1 foot above the earth, above the water, the ice, and I think that explains why you're seeing them all. It's pretty blurry, but they are generally in a line with each other. And the reason for that, even though there are distances, what was it, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, and 8 miles away, 5, 6, 7, and 8 miles away, what explains the fact that they're all at the same apparent height is because of refraction. We would expect
which changes with temperature, but here's the thing: we still get to see it in all temperatures. Okay, so one of the biggest things that y'all claim is because of the heat causing the fucking shit to refract, right? And now you're gonna just say that it's cold. You're full of shit, Brenda. You have no idea what you're fucking talking about. I tell you what, I'd love to talk to this broad.
to have a large amount of refraction
Hit her up.
over the cold surface of a frozen lake. And so it's not surprising to me. It seems to me predicted by the globe model as well.
Jaren, could I?
You can go back and forth.
Could I use like a?
Watch Brenda's body language, man. She's not even buying what she's fucking selling. You can tell she's not even buying, or he's not, whatever. It's not even, they're not even buying what they think, what they're putting out there. But I've been watching the body language and this, you know, like looking away and blinking a few times to kind of like shake your fucking bullshit off. I can always tell when a motherfucker's lying, man.
What's that?
So you can go back and forth now. We have about 3.5 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I guess what I'm curious about, Brenda, is the so that is the explanation is refraction. And so, okay, if you have this refraction amount, and assuming it's a refraction variable that we can actually measure in the real world, so using realistic refraction, can you take that variable of refraction and isolate it, and then demonstrate it on a curved surface, on a known curved surface, to recreate that observation to appear flat?
Well, what we want to do is explain it, and we know how refraction works. And
obviously you don't.
Refraction has been pretty well studied for hundreds of years.
Not by you.
A couple hundred, I believe. And so knowing the temperature of the air, we can simply calculate what that would be, and then the results seem to me to be predicted by that calculation. So we have a theories of refraction.
There are so many fucking variables that have to be taken into account. Angle by which the light is coming in, temperature, surface temperature, humidity, a whole bunch of fucking bullshit in there. And she's like, oh yeah, we just calculate that out. You don't calculate fucking dick, Brenda. Somebody told you they calculate that shit. The bottom line is we're not seeing fucking refractions. The Earth's flat, and you clowns try to strangle for any goddamn little bit of shit to go, oh no, look, here we can, this is because of refraction and fucking parallax and other fucking gravimetrical doomaflitchies and shit, you know? And it's like, fuck you and your bullshit, man. Come on. This is real. You're right, Earthship Bear. You're right, man. You can tell when they are BSing. They wait to see if you believe. Yeah, they look at you like, are you buying it too? You know? Like to back it up with a look. It fucking crack me up. Get out of here with your dumb shit, man.
The theory makes predictions, and I think that
observable observations and experiments, Brenda. Not predictions. We're not the fucking Psychic Friends Network. Okay? Observations and experiments. You got a theory as to why something's going on? Prove that fucking shit.
They would, those predictions would be borne out in the real world. So you can demonstrate refraction you know, using sugar water in an aquarium, in lots of different ways. You can demonstrate it. And all of this, people research this and they know what the index of refraction is at a given temperature for the atmosphere.
So would to like I get
So we can do a real easy experiment with that. In fact, I'm going to do it probably tomorrow. I'm going to do it tomorrow, and see how much credibility this Brenda has as far as this refraction. We're going to take, many of you have seen the recent thing I showed on one of my videos of a miroscope, right? So this thing refracts an image above the thing that it's in, and you can actually see it. It's like a hologram. So what we'll do tomorrow is we'll stick that entire thing into the refrigerator and let it set for a little while. So that way we know that the everything, the reflective surface, as well as the air inside is cooler than the air outside. All right. And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and see if there's any change in the refraction and the image that we saw before. Okay. Yeah, and we'll make note of what angle we're viewing it at and everything. I'll get my speed square out. That way we'll be able to tell what angle that we're looking at it with. I got a protractor back here too. And that way what we'll do is we'll be able to see if the image changes due to this temperature differential. So that'll be an interesting experiment. So we'll see what happens.
so you can have the explanation, and then you also have the calculations that you can make that would show if we had this circumstance and we calculated these numbers, if we would observe this result. So now, to me, bearing it out in the real world would be the reproducibility of an experiment, a demonstration. So you have the explanation, and then you have the calculation that would support that the explanation is plausible mathematically.
Yes.
Now, if I had like a piece of paper that said I have 7 pears and that equals 4 bananas, that's an equation, but it doesn't necessarily correlate. And that was very crude. But is there, like, if I have an explanation and a calculation, that's one thing, but now can it be applied to a demonstration, an experimentation, a setup that confirms an isolated variable?
Well, we would make an observation. We could go out and observe it. It would be nice if we had measurements of the temperatures 1 foot above the frozen lake. But we, you know, that would be better. But it seems to me plausible. It seems to me that on a flat Earth, we shouldn't expect them to be all in a line. We should expect them to be because the refraction is the same on a flat or a globe Earth, then we should find that that those distant lights would curve down.
So the refraction is the same on a flat Earth or a round Earth. Then why in the fuck do you claim it as an excuse as to why you're? See, come on. This is only it can only mean that it's a globe. That's fucking nonsense, man. Stop.
And they would appear to be higher. I think that's how it would work. Or probably they would appear higher. On a flat Earth with strong refraction, you would tend to see far distance.
Well, wait a second. You just said refraction is the same on flat or globe. So now it's on a flat Earth with strong refraction. Well, wait a second. So what you're saying is it's inconclusive? I don't believe so.
Distances would be, the Earth would appear to be at far distances curving upward. I think that works. I could be wrong about that.
Okay, we got time on that one. Let's go on to Brenda's first claim.
Okay. So, half rock. So the Earth is the Earth curvature is plainly visible in observations. This is an observation.
Oh Lord, here we
Are
go.
you sharing?
I'm going to, yes.
Okay, just make sure. Yes.
Yes.
2 minutes when you, is it 2? Yeah, 2 minutes when you want to start.
Good God.
I don't know why my system is so slow today.
It's because you're evil.
It acts.
There's demons
I
in
don't
it.
know what it is. Maybe.
'Cause you're a child of Satan.
Come on. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is a picture taken by the main surveyor, if I believe correctly. It is of Halfway Rock Lighthouse. He is at the elevation of 76.83 feet. He has leveled his survey equipment, and in the crosshairs, you can see the crosshair that is 76 feet high. That is his
You gotta do that
horizontal, perpendicular from his location. The Halfway Rock Lighthouse is at 80 feet. So there's a 4 foot approximately discrepancy. This is what you would expect on a globe Earth. You would expect distant objects to be lower than a horizontal line projected from where you are. They would lower over distances. And so this is evidence for curvature because the center of the crosshairs is a horizontal line directly a straight line from his position at 76.83 feet. If the Earth was flat, then that lighthouse could not be below those crosshairs, but it is. And so this is my first presentation of it's evidence.
So he's saying that because the scope is level, the scope is supposed to be level, and he's seeing this thing below where it should be. I don't trust the photograph really, but anyway.
For the Earth being a globe.
Would you want to leave that up there, Brenda, just so we can have it
Oops.
as a reference when we talk about it? If
Yes.
that's cool with you.
Sorry.
No worries.
So you got a minute.
He just
to turn around.
misgendered him.
Okay.
Or
So yeah,
her.
what
He called him bro. And that was insensitive, Nathan.
I guess what I am looking at might be what I would consider a good visual example of how atmospheric conditions can allow us to see more to how we know perspective to work without atmospheric conditions, in that things as they are further away, they will shrink. And so I don't know if he took into account apparent size of while doing any of these measurements, or how much the objects in the distance would shrink. I also noticed on this banner, like kind of the water, the kind of smokiness on the bottom half of the of this image it also looks very planar to me as well. So you do have the those two things, and then I do think that you get the shrinkage as you move away, and that is demonstrable on a planar surface as well, that something can shrink as it moves away.
Well, yes, it is. It does look very, very blurry. For one thing about perspective,
Because we made sure and used the picture, it was taken through as much atmospheric opacity as we possibly could find.
the perspective can't explain this, because under perspective, objects which are above your eye line will never go below it. And that is just a mathematical object.
Listen, Mustang, I don't have any fucking idea. People today, man, this is not even the same world I grew up in. I don't even know, man. It's just fucking wacko, weirdo world, bro.
In fact, objects that are above your eye line, above your horizontal, can never appear below it due to perspective. They can only appear below it due to curvature. That is why I think this is good evidence.
No, they don't appear smaller because of curvature. They appear smaller because of perspective. It's your angular visual perspective of an object. The fuck is he thinking? I don't even understand what this is supposed to be showing. I'm really trying to figure this out. It just looks like a lot of fucking twiddle twaddle and nonsense filler shit. you know, it's irrelevant. But anyway, whatever.
because it can't be explained by perspective.
Well, if you have something that shrinks, I mean, objects will, if something is really big in front of you, and it's clearly bigger than like your thumb, if you hold it out at a distance and you can't cover the whole object with your thumb, and then you move further back away from it, you can start to cover more and more of that object with your finger. And then eventually you can cover the whole thing, and you can be far away, like down the road. You can have light poles that are taller than you, and they're further, or they're, you know, they're connected to each other. They're all the same. If you walk all the way to your horizon and got to that light pole and looked at it, you would see it's taller than you. But then if you look back at the one where you were at, you would see it's.
So let me get this straight. Here, the guy, what, zoomed in? I don't understand what he's really trying to fucking show in this picture. Somebody help me out with this, because it shrunk. Halfway Rock Lighthouse. I don't understand what he's trying to really show here. Yeah, that's just perspective, man. These people, they conflate shit. You know, they confuse different things together as one, like angles and arcs, right? Even though both are measured in degrees, they're not the same. You understand?
It's below your eye line or near it. It's definitely getting closer to it. And so I think that with the shrinkage, the shrink takes the actual size of it and compresses it down to be less than or under your horizon line, and that's what is shown here.
Yes, you are correct that things get smaller as they get further away. Their angular size reduces, but the point is that they can never go below eye level, or the horizontal going in a straight line.
Yes, objects will. They'll shrink in size into the horizon. Okay, into the horizon, not below it. Okay, I don't know what you're thinking there. It's just perspective. They're again not taking into account visual perspective and trying to use two-dimensional linear geometry to describe it. It's dumb.
90 degrees from your zenith, they can never go below that, because that's just how perspective works. This is a big problem that I see a lot of flat earthers struggle with to understand, which is that perspective can't make things disappear, and it can't.
What? Perspective can't make things disappear? Really? Let's use some perspective right now. I got this little old thumb right here. Let's see if I can make my face disappear with it. Holy shit, look at that. Whoa. How did my face disappear? Because of perspective. The very exact same thing, but in reverse, as what you're not seeing here, Brenda.
Make things go below eye level.
Okay, so I think I see what it is. So why it's appearing lower than the horizontal is because the water is below your horizontal. The water
But
itself is underneath.
Because the Earth is curving away from you, from the
And
observer
No,
here.
it's not.
the observer is looking out at something that is beneath him the whole way.
The problem is that there's more horizon beyond what can be seen through this very, very thick Atmos opacity. Okay, that's not the edge of the fucking world. You're not seeing a physical goddamn horizon. Okay, look how smoky and fucking faded that shit is. There's more horizon. This right here, what you're seeing is not horizon. There's more. There's more beyond this. Okay. This is very deceptive, Brenda.
Okay, so if these buildings, if he was down at sea level looking at these buildings, which were going above his head, that would be one thing, but he's up looking down at the water, which is what these buildings are contained upon. So
But-
he's keeping them down and they're starting down. They're
Yeah,
they're not breaking across the plane.
Yeah, he's not looking down. He's looking straight out. The crosshairs are horizontal. They're 90. It's 90 degrees from vertical.
You're falling
So
for
he's
it,
not
kid.
looking down.
Come on,
he's
kid,
looking-
get up
he's
off the
looking
mat.
across. And if the Earth was flat, looking
Come on, kid, get up off the mat. Fight. He ain't even putting up a fight. Come on, man. You telling me this is the first time you've ever fucking argued flat Earth? It's looking like it.
straight across, the lighthouse, which is 80 feet tall, which is higher than his location, should still be higher than his location, because perspective can never make anything go below your horizontal.
But isn't he looking at something that is like
Yeah.
the water is below him, and so he is up here, and then the water is down here going up towards, and that is what he doesn't have the water, like he's looking 90 degrees straight out from
Right.
his zenith, but he is looking out, and he's not, there is still water below him. He's not looking out from 0 degrees observer from the height. He's that drop, there's a drop due to the tube of the lens is looking straight, and so it's gauging its level from above, when really level is starting at the water surface below the tube.
Right. So the theodolite is pointing straight out 90 degrees from his vertical. It's not angled. It's not angled down.
It's perspective. It's perspective. Stupid. The fuck do you think is that thing supposed to remain like you're seeing it at the same height? Dude, I wouldn't. This is not. I don't even know. For her to use this, and for him to not have already just fucking crushed it. Come on, man. Get up off the mat, kid.
Or up. It's pointing straight out. And according to optics, you could never have something taller than you be below you when you're looking straight at it.
What?
So
Okay.
I think
Let's go to the next one. We've
Okay.
spent some time on that one. So we've got that was Brenda's claim and your response. Let's go to your pitch number 2.
okay. So my next one is the abyssal planes and acoustic shadows. So I'm going to share my screen again.
Okay.
And then so yeah, basically what you have here is this is talking about the abyssal planes, and this is just wiki, so from the sources, but abyssal planes, they're underwater planes found at various depths underneath the surface of the water. The abyssal planes cover more than 50% of the Earth's surface. They are among the flattest, smoothest, and least explored regions on the Earth. Abyssal plains are key in geological elements of ocean basins. So this is the oceans, the bottoms of these basins. Not only do we have the geometric plotting out of the observation of the observed lights on the surface of water being planar, but even underneath, even though the surface of water doesn't contour to the basin of the water, the basin appears to have flat features as well. And then what you get into is you have whales, and they're able to make make noises. And I had a site up here, you can like listen to them and everything, but these whales are able to send signals to these whales can send signals really, really far, like really long ranges, like thousands of miles. And they don't produce what is called an acoustic shadow. So it's kind of like echolocation. If you send out a wave, a sound wave, and you bounce it off of something, and then it comes back to you. You can hear it, it returns. And some animals can detect those waves and get a.
I'm not seeing it either, man. I mean, this is interesting though about the abysmal plains. That is a, and they pretty much tell on themselves right there that it's through flat, that they're flat. Plain is another big indication, of flat. Or level, shall we say. And everything is looking to be equal. Everything is looking for a state of equilibrium. Okay, this is just how nature is. And for these math-tards to not understand that, and having algebra, well, you're trying to balance. Everything wants to be balanced. And so this is just how things work. And within this dynamic system, everything kind of keeps getting stirred up. So it's always in a constant state of flux, wanting to seek equilibrium. It's seeking but never finding. Well, sometimes it does.
Gauge of the distance. So the curvature of the earth would produce a shadow that would block the distance of travel that the whales could have. And the whales don't have that. They're able to just send it out across an open space of water. And so they go really far. And so I think this is one example of planarity in the earth over vast distances.
Okay. Brenda, go.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen.
Sure.
Right. So abyssal plains, despite their name, the plains are not uniformly flat. They're interrupted by features like hills, valleys, and seamounts, underwater mountains that are also hotspots for biodiversity. So they're not uniformly flat, but moreover, I don't think that you have to measure to see whether or not they're actually flat, because other plains, like say the Bonneville Flats and other salt flats that are around the world, have been measured to be curved, right? So they appear flat. And I don't think that the abyssal plains are said to be as flat as, say,
What? She said that it was measured to be curved, but they just appear to be flat. I need to see the fucking proof of that. I'm sorry. Did you just try to slip in some kind of bullshit? I think you did, Brenda. You need to show proof of that.
for instance, the Bonneville salt flats. But even those are known to curve. They've been measured to curve.
What?
And so I don't think that is a, I don't think that I haven't seen any measurements indicating that the abyssal plains are in fact flat. It would be kind of hard to do, I suppose. The other thing is, as far as shadows go, sound waves like radio waves can bounce around and bounce off of different layers in the ocean, just like radio waves bounce off of different layers in the atmosphere, and they can bounce around and they can follow the curvature of the earth.
When there's a bounce, there is absorption. Energy is lost. All right, so it doesn't just bounce around. It's not just keeps going like a fucking ping pong ball. Even a ping pong ball bouncing will keep losing energy. It'll keep losing energy with each bounce as it's expressed in the hit. Okay. And then it'll refract back. This is why when you bounce a rubber ball, it'll go bong, 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 like that. Okay. It loses energy. Same thing happens with radio waves. Okay. Same thing happens with sonar waves. All right.
This is taken
So
advantage of deliberately
attenuate.
by, and as different frequencies can bounce off of different layers of the atmosphere, and there are absolutely different layers of cold and warmer water in the oceans. So the whale songs could easily bounce around and make their way around the curvature.
They could easily bounce around. They could. Do you know that to be a fact, Brenda? No, you don't. Not at all. Because you're just trying to fucking flip through this shit. I know what they're saying about that. I was just thinking when you put that in, look within. How the fuck they know that? How do they know how fast the Earth is going around the sun? How would they even have any idea? Right? Because when you find out, it's all based off of assumptions. And they made math to make it match. That's what they done, man.
Of the Earth. So I don't see that as being very convincing evidence for the Earth being flat.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say, sorry, Jeremy, were you about to say something?
Nope. You guys got a minute and a half.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So I would say, and if I could pull my screen share back up here. So like, yeah, if you, and maybe hopefully this could be like a good point to note is, so I think it should be on your screen that you'll see, like right here on my screen where my pointer is, this here, you can see it portrayed as a flat surface. And then right next to it here, you should see like a flat surface as well being portrayed. Even down here, there's a little bit, but then here it looks a little jaggedy, maybe with some of those features that Brenda was talking about. And so, yes, like on the Earth, there are features as well, like on land up here, so too down in the bottom of the ocean. But I think, and hopefully this is what people who are into this debate can respect from both sides, is that there can be like a diagram, how things are portrayed, seeing it portrayed as completely flat here, but then over here you have your peaks and valleys. It can do a lot for the interpretation. And that's why I think like being like Brenda and I were able to talk when we were together, and there was respect. And I think that's, we can get these discussions going places and really critically covering these things with an open discussion, because there can be, even on this one page, there's like multiple different interpretations you could make based on any one image. But I do think that there are features like that.
I would have to say that this argument right here is kind of anecdotal. It could be presented much better. Brenda's full of shit about sonar bouncing around like that. It could. Notice that was used. She doesn't know. But I'll give her an A for effort for some kind of refutation. But you got to be careful with these people. They try to use words. They try to use, and I'm still not convinced this kid's altogether. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it's just he's nervous and doesn't have very good debating skills. Well, I don't know.
That can go up and down, but there are also flat swaths as well.
Sure, I don't want to make the mistake that Paul Bevan does in thinking that because something has hills and valleys, it's not necessarily flat. It's something that a plane that has hills and valleys could be geographically flat over large distances,
like a large station, like a stationary level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. Brenda, Nick, you're 100% right, because you go, holy shit, if they deceived so many people with this, what else have they deceived everyone with? Because really, by comparison, anything else is just child's play, right? Because once they've got you with this, right? Hell, it's easy peasy Japanesey from there, right? That's exactly what they count on too. This is why just about everybody, and I think a lot of testament by people here in the audience tonight and others that I've talked to, is that not only is this revelation a freeing revelation, but you also come to find that so many other deceptions just start falling away, yeah, man, that's the shit. You got it right, buddy.
But I don't see the measurements for that. It's just in a Google search, they're using the word flat.
That
and
little
people,
hand
when
on
they
there is
write
not
for
mine.
popular
Somebody trying to cover up that little
articles
herpy on her lip.
are very loose with their terms, and by flat they just mean relatively featureless, with some hills and valleys here and there, and maybe some seamounts, maybe some underwater mountains. But we don't think that that means it isn't. I'm not going to say that because there are hills and valleys it can't be flat. It could be flat even with hills and valleys, but I don't see the measurements for that.
Yeah, and that's something that I'll look up and try to find some measurements for the measuring the seabed and seeing how they topographic.
I'm glad you understand. I kind of went a long way to explain that, and I'm glad you understand.
No, it's important to be able to measure and measure and demonstrate the claims. I agree.
Okay, Brenda, you're up. Second claim.
You are that's right on. Logical observations. 5.8 trillion miles, and people don't really understand how big a trillion is, right? So 1 trillion seconds is 31,780 some odd years, man. Almost 32,000 years. That's 1 trillion seconds. Now go 5.8 trillion times that, and then you'll see how ridiculous these distances and these vast shit that they tell you you're seeing these stars travel their shit from, crazy. So what is it? Why hasn't he or she provided us with salt flats curvature? Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. They've been proven to have curve. And I was like, I'd like to see that, because that's one of the biggest demonstrations of a large area of flat, unmarred by any kind of obstacles that I've ever seen in my life. So yeah, I would like to see that as well.
Okay. Comparison of globe and flat Earth.
To meet
Ready, we'll get a
global
commercial.
climate
We'll
goals,
get a commercial.
society will need to capture 28 billion.
Did you see that though? Did you see that even with that little fucking commercial right there? How they had to slip that globe in on you? Did y'all see that? I mean, you can't get away a day without seeing at least one or two references. I mean, it's insane. You can't have it. You're gonna see it. It's embedded. It's called embedment, man. And they do that to you at a young age. I mean, there's a lot of parents and they don't know any better, right? They get a little mobile to put over the baby's crib, right? Because it keeps the kid fascinated. And it's usually what they get is like a little solar system or something. It's like, oh my God, y'all. Or get these little starlights and shit and all these little things to do with that. Little moon fucking night lights and shit like that. Nuts. Crazy.
Where does that go here? Comparison. And Zoom. I'm going to share.
Okay.
And where does... There we go. My mouse is floating around, and I don't, ever since the last update for Windows, right? So here's a comparison on flat Earth and globe Earth models. Right?
Oh, I got something for that.
Flat Earth and globe Earth are two competing models for the shape of the Earth, and they should make different predictions about what it should look like. For instance, here, this is
Wait. Predictions of what it should look like? No, there's only what it is and then what it looks like. Okay. There's no, there's a prediction of what we should see, but we don't see that. We see that, and this is a very misleading photograph right here on the right. It really is, because I've dissected this down too. And when you get down here, you're starting to see reflections. Do you see how these legs of these, I hope they show it, you'll see how these little down pillars, What are they getting longer? They're getting longer. See, the whole thing is it's a that's an optical illusion. This is on the left right here is actually what they have. This is what it really is. There's no fucking curvature. It's nonsense. Whoops.
It would be a prediction made by the flat Earth model. And this is the prediction made by the globe Earth model. And this is the reality that we see. And the reality that we see corresponds to the predictions made by the model. This scene shows the 38-kilometer long causeway bridge at Lake Pontchartrain. The image was taken from the 15th floor of the Marriott Hotel. And it appears to show that the globe model conforms with or corresponds to the observations that we see in reality. Here, for instance, are Soundly's observations, and he had a GPS unit attached to his car, and he made this trip making measurements of the earth of the bridge, and
There's no
you can see
way
that
that
it
bridge goes up and down like
follows
that.
the bridge extremely well, and it
I'm
curves
sorry.
in the distance. That is the curvature of the earth.
You're full of
That
shit.
we are seeing here, and this is it modeled in a 3D program and showing the close relationship between the model and reality. And that's all that science does, is make a correspondence between.
So I'm supposed to believe that cars are going up. It looked like about a 60-degree fucking incline. So you're telling me that cars are going up a 60-degree fucking incline on a bridge and then coming down a 60-degree incline on the other side? Something ain't right, man. Something ain't fucking right.
In reality and our models of reality, and this clearly shows this is
Okay, time.
okay. This is the curvature, just plainly visible. It's there. I'm done.
Okay, you get your 1 minute response now.
Okay, so to that, I would say that if that is the curvature of the Earth, that is some very serious bend. Like I'm a like an off-speed kind of junk ball pitcher. Like I throw with movement, and that thing, that's really a lot of bend. Like the Earth would have to, I think, be much smaller, because that looks like a degree or two of curve that it's going over, but it would have to be like a third or like a sixth, excuse me, 2/3 of a degree of the globe that it would go up. That looks, I mean, awfully steep. But then if I could, can I share my screen for a sec here?
You may.
Yeah, I can stop my share.
I'm sorry, man. No, I mean,
If I can,
I'm sorry. I would have to address that. I would have to address that. Is that for real? I'm supposed to believe that cars are going up a fucking thing like 60 degrees and then coming over the other side at 60 degrees of elevation? I mean, do you realize even what a 45 degree would do? That kind of an abrupt, what do you get? Please.
So, oopsies. Okay, so this here, these are those towers that Brenda was showing. These are the utility towers, and this is what what Brenda was showing going over the curve, showing these disappearing behind curve. But if you look at this picture here with these environmental conditions, you actually can see it all the way here, and this is a little bit blurry as well, but it's a zoom in of this. You can see the horizon on the other side. So this would be a showing of it appearing planar, as opposed to appearing like it's going over, again, what I think would make the Earth considerably smaller if that was the legitimate geometric curve that the towers were following. And that observation that I showed with it going all the way to the horizon is also from the bridge going over the water, so it's much lower to the water level.
That dog of mine was just drinking water. I had to mute this mic. That dog of mine was just drinking water, like straight drinking water for like the last fucking minute or more, man, without stop. That was insane. Brandy, did you get enough to drink, honey? Yeah? All right. Oh my God, that was insane. Wow.
As well, but that's I would say it's the same towers being observed in a different format. Like you see them as curved, and I showed them as planar.
Okay, guys, you got about 2.5 to go back and forth if you want, or we can move on.
Oh, okay. So the reason that it looks like such a severe curve is because it's greatly foreshortened. So like if you have a pool cue and you want to know if that pool cue is bent or if it's straight, you don't just look at it from the side. You peer down it from one end to the other in order to get a lot of foreshortening involved, so that you can see if the pool stick curves or not, because you don't want it to curve, because then your game will be off. Right? That's the same thing that's going on here. Soundly is greatly foreshortening the photograph, and that is why it appears to be a sharper curve than you might otherwise think. And sorry to say, but you know, the photographs that you showed suck. They're just not, very blurry, and they don't really, it's very hard to see.
Okay, I'm gonna, your shit sucks, right? Okay, so I'm gonna show you something real quick. Hold up. Is that the one? Yep, there it is. And this is just so you can, just so you know, all right, what can happen through foreshortening. All right. So just one sec. Pow. All right. So given a 6-foot observer with 1 arc minute of a resolution, how big would a wave have to be at a 1/4 mile away to obstruct a 250-foot tall cruise ship 20 miles away? And right there, you can see that it would only have to be 3 foot. Okay, so a 3-foot wave. Do we see those in the ocean? Yeah, man. Absolutely. 100%. Right? So a 1.5-foot wave would obstruct the bottom half of the boat. Does this make sense? Do you guys understand? Because when you zoom in on something, you're zooming in on everything in that field of view. And so you have this thing, it's called foreshortening. And that means if there's anything in the foreground, it's going to zoom in too. I used to see when the president, right, when I was a kid, I would thought it was cool. It was crazy because here's the president up there on TV, and he's standing up in front of the Speaker of the House and the Secretary or and the Vice President, right? And they're sitting back up behind him. But when they'd be showing him front on, it looked like those dudes were like sitting right behind him. Their heads were exactly the same size, everything. It was like it brought everything in that field of focus into zoom. Okay. And so what you had right there was you had Nixon obstructing a heck of a lot more of them, right? It's just the way that vision and photo optics work. And they try to use that to go, oh, see, that means curvature. No, it doesn't, man. Stop. And then you have, that's only one of the variables that we're dealing with. And yes, refraction. And I said it, that means I got to hit my bong. Okay. So yes, refraction, that's another thing too, but it's only to a certain degree. Okay. Only in real extreme cases do we get inferior mirages. And what's that other thing? What's the one they call it? A superior mirage, right? And those are usually they're upside down. I mean, I think they're always upside down. I've never experienced one myself, I don't believe, but you know, it's these rare occurrences. They say, look, that's proof that it's a globe. And it's like, no, man, you're just spouting out freaking nonsense. Quit.
Very much with them. And yes, if you look at those power lines from a distance off to the side, instead of straight down them, they will appear straight. But that's the whole point of looking at them dead on or nearly so, is because then you can see the curvature, just like you can see the curvature in a pool stick. And I'm done.
So, so if that is with foreshortening and looking at it straight on, there are people who have taken like panoramic shots where they pan, or I think they're called panoramic shots. They take a side view of the bridge, and people have shown that the bridge is essentially flat the whole way across the picture, that there's no, you don't get the roundedness that is being shown there. That would go, and that's from a side view that would show that tangent curve drop off.
I'm sure they have, because just like with the pool cue, you're not going to see the bend if you look at it from the side.
He's okay. So he's confusing completely two different types of phenomenon that occurs, but both are due to I'm just going to say this. Water does lie, but when it does, it lies level. Okay? That's just all. I mean, we all know why we see a refracted image when we go look at it from the side into some water, right? But there's more to it than that. You're not looking through a direct change in medium all of a sudden, like you are with water. Okay. You're looking through a gradual change in medium due to the buildup of the atmosphere, opacity. And of course, where do you think the most dense area for the moisture and things like that's going to reside across a long view in front of you? Of course, it's going to be right down near the ground. Of course. So you're going to have that effect there. That's not the curve of the earth. That's not causing the fucking bottom of the ship to disappear because of curve. It's just because you can't resolve images but up to a certain distance. And even with optics, it gets too small. All you're doing is magnifying that horizon with that ship melding into it. I mean, you can bring it into a certain distance, but after too long of a distance, you've got way too much of this to have to look through. It's just like it's exactly like if you're if you're like at a big Olympic sized swimming pool or at a lake or whatever, above the water you can see people a long distance off, right? But you immerse yourself under the water, and even in the cleanest pool, you won't see the people down at the other end of the pool. And if it's even a smaller pool, you'll notice that image is much more faded. You don't see it as clearly as you do above. That's because of the opacity of the medium. And so when I say Atmos opacity, that's what I'm referring to. So we got Tony Drake is joining us. Hello, Tony. Hello. Oh, you're there, son. All right. Well, we'll give you a minute. You're muted. So there you go. Hello, Tony. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us. Yeah, you're muted again, bro. No, I can't do it from here. So you've got something going on. Something happening here. Be careful. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you backstage till I see it when I see your camera come on, then I'll bring you back up. And then that way I know you got everything working. Okay, Tony? All right, cool. Oh, there he
So
is. There he made it. Tony, you're muted, bro. Talk to me, brother. What's going on, Tony? Hello, hello. All right. So I can't hear you, bro. You're muted. There you go. Can you speak? All right, we'll give you a little bit. Your technographical difficulties.
So why do we see curve in one direction, but not in the, like, why in the X plane, but not in the Z plane? Or why in the Z plane, not the X plane, do we see curve?
Because the bridge is just moving away from us in the, is that the X or the Z direction?
So
We should see the horizon curving in all directions. We don't.
X would be the panoramic across,
okay. And Z would be the depth.
and then yeah, Z going away from you.
Yeah, it's because it's not moving. It's not going very far left or right. It's going away from us in the Z direction. And, that's why.
Okay, time on that one. Go ahead.
Okay, because it just seems like if you're looking at the bridge across, it's like the full length. And yeah, it doesn't, like, if it was curving a little bit front on, then when you turn it to the side, wouldn't you see that curve as well still be there? Would be my question, but okay.
Okay, yours, third one. Pitch.
Oh, okay. So my third. Okay, maps. So maps being flat. Let's see, share screen.
Bottom line with maps is this. Okay. Bottom line with maps is this. The Cartesian coordinate system was developed using a flat planar system. It's already established. Okay. There are no accurate maps, which I find to be very curious, whether globe or not. I find it to be very, very curious. I said, yes, Angela. If you can get my message, I said, have Jaron message me. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. 100%. So this Cartesian coordinate system was not set up by us. It was already established. It has been used by cartographers to make maps. Cartographers are commissioned by very rich, influential, and powerful people. In other words, not you or I. Okay? So, this is what we have to go by. People are not using world maps to travel. People are using sections of the area that they're in to travel. Okay? And just because you zoom out and paste it onto a fucking ball doesn't make the earth curved, man. Okay? So maps is a stupid subject as far as this is concerned, because nobody has an accurate 100%, not at least not that we have access to. But unless you're going to finance me to do the cartography, the surveying, and everything else all over the world, I don't want to hear a fucking word about your maps anymore. All done with that.
What I have here is the United Nations, which is an organization, a collection of many different countries and everything. And what they have on their map is a representation of what would be considered a flat Earth model. And this, can get jumped on by quite a few flat earthers, but they do have this flat earth in their logo. And then it's not just them, it's other organizations as well.
Man, I would have pointed out the fact that a crown or a symbol of control, the wreath of Apollo, is being used as in place of Antarctica. The entire map is divided up into 33 sections. I mean, these are just some curiosities that a lot of people aren't aware of concerning that, other than that it is an A projection of the world. And of course, Antarctica being missing and in its place on an azimuthal equilateral projection map, or like the Gleason's map, instead is used this wreath of Apollo, a crown, literally. I mean, come on, y'all, right?
International Civil Aviation Organization. People talk about flight routes a lot. And these people actually, I think this is the UN wheel for like 2030 and everything. So they're right in line with the United Nations, and that would make sense because they have the same logo, the same flat earth map for the people who cover our civil airlines and everything. They use a flat earth map. Even too, like if you were just going to pull a big fold out map of across the country that your grandparents keep in the car or something when they go around the states, you have these maps as well, which are flat. And if you look in on GPS when it's close and local and you're actually using it, you are using a flat map as well. So these maps are actually, these are flat maps. They have keys, they have scales. And so people use GPS, and when it's local, it is also flat. And so I think that those are examples of using flat earth map. As far as making topography of an exactly accurate entire world encompassing flat earth map, it probably could be done. I think it could. There's no $60 million a day going towards, or double it. Jaron, that's hilarious. Double it, straight up, emphatic. But we don't have, there's that flat earth doesn't have that. But it probably could be done, but there are like coastline paradoxes. There's erosion that can happen to land and everything. And so there are some complications with making maps, but the ones that we use are flat.
Okay, Time, you have a response to that, Brenda?
Yeah. The azimuthal equidistant projection. It's a projection from a sphere. That was made.
No, it wasn't. Because those Cartesian coordinates are degrees of a circle for longitude, and the target circles, which are circles on a globe too, but those circles were done off of off of the angle to Polaris. So, done on a flat plane. I'm sorry, kid. It just doesn't cut it, man. But anyway,
from a sphere.
Like I said, maps are a bad argument.
And what you're the mistake that you're doing is what is called reification. Many flat earthers, certain flat earthers, don't know what the word reification means. This is a good example of it. Simply because the map is flat doesn't mean that the earth is flat, right? So you're confusing the map with the territory, literally. You can project. The reason that we have flat maps is because they fold up nicely and fit in your glove compartment, right? That's why we have flat maps on paper.
Yeah. Well, this is still bad.
Now you can go back and forth for 2 minutes.
What?
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Come on, y'all. You mean I'm the only one that has a globe in my glove box? I mean, that's what I do. Like if I'm trying to go from here in Virginia, we're going to be going to Ohio for the eclipse in April. So, I've got my globe already packed away in the glove box there, so we can safely navigate, not make any errors, because without taking that curve into consideration, man, I might end up in fucking Kentucky or God knows where. Jesus, criminally, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Please tell me I'm not the only one. Hey, Benny boy, good to see you, brother. Isn't there some royal creed somewhere stating that all maps have to be based on the globe? Yeah, there is some kind of thing like that. I heard someone make mention of it. It doesn't surprise me. The crown has a lot of power. They still hold a copyright on the Bible, so you know, do with it what you know. And I'm talking about the King James Bible. And we found out on Burn the Corporate Fiction that some wormy, geeky looking dude with glasses is the one that's in charge of the Corporation of the United States, man. Wow. That was a mind fucker, wasn't it? Anyway, let's get back to this. So apparently I'm going to be debating Brenda on Jeranism Tuesday. I've been working here setting this up kind of. Angela Baby Carson, actually, I guess she was working with it. And so I was just talking to Jaron, and here in just a second, I'm going to dig him out a picture that I can use, and we'll go from there. But yeah, hell yeah. Lucky Haskins knows Pitch Lumen, does he? What do you have to say about it? Because I mean, the kid's got some pretty weak arguments, really. I mean, he's doing all right, but I'm giving him benefit of the doubt that he might be a little bit nervous. He's young. I don't know. I tried to check his page, and it's not, there isn't one. So, and that was going by the link that was on Jaron right here. Let's see. Yeah, it's Nathan, and if I click on that, and I'm going to open it in a new tab. Let me see what it says. 404 not found. I wonder if he got in trouble, said something maybe against policy. These people and their policies. I don't like them. They make me angry.
I think that they use flat maps because I think that they're accurate and we can use them, like in reality, they're relatable to us and to our experience. And I think too, like globes are, like if you go to a store, a department store, and pick a globe up on the shelf, it will say not for educational use, but like a globe could fit. I keep sporting equipment in my trunk, and it's can put a globe in there too. But I guess that'd be not usable for travel on the States because it's not to scale. But
it would be hard to find. It would be hard to find your local streets on a globe that was 4 inches in diameter.
Yeah, true. Or you could get a bigger globe, but yeah, it's still, no, it wouldn't be for travel. But I do think too, and I don't have the citation or the source in front of me, so I guess I'll put it out there. But I think I do remember seeing something about the guy who made the azimuthal equidistant map. He actually was an advocate that the Earth was planar, but to get patents or something, he had to go through write it as a globe projection and kind of write it through the narrative that would allow for him to get published.
Well, that was how it was created. It's in his patent. In his patent application, it's a projection from the globe. Well, I don't know how else he got the data for it.
Well, it says it's accurate as is, and
sure.
like it's not a globe itself. So
it's not accurate. It's not accurate as to the width of Australia, the distance from Sydney to Perth. That's not accurate.
It might.
Come on, kid. You can't. Holy sheep shit, brother. I know this can't be your first time somebody's brought this up about Australia, man. Okay. This can't be. It just can't be. All right. And this should tell both these clowns that that's fishy in itself. Okay. On both of them. And I'll tell you why, because this indicates that there's something missing. Something's missing. You have to look for what's missing. And I think there's a big something missing. That's a whole nother fucking can of worms.
Not be, but some of the distances longitudinally and latitudinally, if you look up like features of Australia and what latitude and longitude, like the West Coast, there's like a hook on the West Coast. If you look at it's like 35 or something, I'll just say 35 south, 35 west or something. If you look at there on the AE map and on the globe, they're actually a match for their positioning.
Okay. Yeah. The longitudes are accurate. Yes. That's what it was mainly made for, I think, was for calculating longitudes, right? If I'm not incorrect here.
Yeah, longitude and time.
Yeah, not distances.
Okay, Brenda, your third claim.
So here's what I would want to know too. Also, is another thing these people say, yeah, it's such and such a distance because this thing on this computer says so. And I'm in the same boat, man, because I don't know if that's correct or not. Garbage in, garbage out, man. I mean, the only reason I know how far it is from here actually to Harrisonburg, is I can actually physically check, But as far as like how far is it across the ocean? Shit, this is something that gets me, man. It's like you're going across the ocean, but you really, I mean, what the fuck? How do you really know how fast you're going? How do you know you're not caught into a current? I mean, that kind of shit, So I think, I don't know. It's kind of weird, man. It's just something that escapes me. I don't like to use maps for that. I go with what's observable, what's experimentation and experiments and observations. What can actually be proven, and be very careful not to let them shift the burden of proof. Because look, man, the suggestion of a globe Earth goes against so many basic, fundamental physical laws. It's just like, no, you can't have this. And you don't get to use your excuse of gravity, especially when it comes to air. Especially when it comes to air. I don't even want to hear you talk about gas behaving differently, because just no, we'll save that. Tuesday. Supposedly he's working it out, get it set up. And that'll be, I guess, 6:00 Eastern time. So keep your eyes peeled. I mean, don't really peel your eyes, but that's an expression. Just kidding. I know you guys are bright enough to know better.
Oh, okay. Determining the shape of the Earth. Let me see here.
2 minutes.
My sluggish computer. I'm going to share screen.
Okay.
But I know that can't be the first time he's heard
And
that
where are we
shit about
here?
Australia.
Determining the shape of the Earth.
And we all know that Australia is a hoax. That's right. It is. People say, well, I flew there. No, you didn't. They flew you around and they landed you at a secret area of Disney World, man. Told you that you were in Australia. Had a bunch of people talking all funny and shit. Feeding you shrimp on the Barbie. And those kangaroos weren't even real. Those were just dudes in kangaroo suits, man. But that's the magic of Disney. No, I'm just kidding. And I don't know if Australia is a hoax or not. It's probably not, but it's a pretty cool theory. I ran across the thing today. Oh my God, y'all. This is crazy. Before I forget, I know I kind of jump around all over the place, but there's this thing about fucking Bob Ross might be a serial killer. I'll somebody remind me. I'll bring that up before we go off tonight. Somebody remind me, because this is like, it got me thinking. I was like, oh wow, huh.
And there we go.
Oh, you got rid of them both. Fuck.
Okay.
Determining the shape, we use reciprocal zenith angle measurements. You set up 2 stations that, because we assume that light travels in straight lines, we can correct for refraction if we wish. But we have what the theodolite sees is not the geometry of the Earth, but an up or down refracted image, and we can measure refraction. So here we have the 2 different models, the flat Earth and the globe Earth model. On the globe Earth, zenith angles should be non-parallel, and so then the zenith angle itself should be greater than 90 degrees. And on the flat Earth model, the zenith should be parallel, and and all horizontals drawn from those zenith angles should, the interior angle should be 90 degrees. And what we find here, this is zeta. These are real world observations where the observations are that the interior angles are greater than 90 degrees. And that can't happen on a flat Earth. And all of these are different.
What are we looking at here?
So for the flat Earth model, we get it talks about temperature. I don't know if I want to go all the way into that, but the temperature required to bend it as much as it should is physically impossible, because the temperature would reach absolute zero below 2 kilometers in altitude. On the globe model, the calculated temperature gradients match the predictions of accepted model for atmospheric refraction. So again, we have a mismatch where the flat Earth makes a prediction that we do not observe, right?
Okay, time. You got a minute to respond.
Okay, do you want me to stop sharing?
Unless you want to keep going, you can take another
could you
minute.
scroll up?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to
Brenda,
figure out
could
what
you
the
scroll
fuck
up a
this
little
is.
bit? I'll go down a little bit, a little further, a little more, right there. So I do think with refraction that you can make these calculations and everything. And I think why I wanted this diagram brought up was because this I think even can go back to that showing of the lighthouse. If you were to take the left side diagram and you were to take those edges, which are parallel on the right side, if you made those parallel and the orange lines that are coming out rotated with it, they would start to point down as you rotated them towards parallel. And that would be your drop away. So that's the calculation that they are that they're taking is it's measuring from an above position, which doesn't allow, which creates that excess beneath you. It's beneath you because you're up elevated, not because it's spherical excess. It's you're elevated above an area, and now your measurement has to be able to cover that area beneath you. You're straight out 90, so all the area below you is going to be that excess that needs to be covered by your optics, and that's where the excess is coming from. It's
Yeah, I'm not sure I really understand what you're trying to say here. This is zeta 1, right? I can't draw. So these are the zenith angles, right? And they can't be they can't be greater. They're going from one point to another. They on a globe Earth, we would expect them to be greater than 90 degrees, which is what we see. I don't know what else to say to that.
And what is this supposed to show? I mean, really? This is we all know that there's refraction, but the problem is we have so many black swans that it's not even funny. And the beauty of it is you see more horizon beyond the distant object, which can what they refracted the horizon up behind it too. I mean, what is this refraction doing? Just continuously unfolding a fucking curve all the way? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, man. Come on.
Measuring the stars above to be 180 degrees away from each other, more than 180 degrees.
Oh no, these
math tards, man. This is what gets me, man. Some of these guys, it's like you just know that they've got algebra books with the pages stuck together. You know what I'm saying? It's just like they masturbate. And it's like, look, you got to get out of this idea that math is reality. It's not. It's a description. And just because you make some mathematical formula that's going to support that is basically just a description of your fucking theory or your hypothesis doesn't make it an actuality. You understand? Especially when you've got assumptions going on. Anybody, I forget who said it, but it was said that anybody And this was a guy that was, this was his field. He said, anybody that says that they understand light, they know everything about light, is a fool, because you don't. I mean, we get fooled all the time. I mean, I just got this thing, you probably saw, the miroscope. That's pretty cool. So I'm going to do some experiments with that. I'm going to put that thing in the refrigerator and get it really cold, and then bring it out here and see if the observation of the effect is changed any by temperature. We're going to see. And then, hell, I'll put it in a freezer. I'll put it in and let it freeze, and then see if I've got any kind of a difference in that. And other than some frost on the mirror, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of fucking difference. I've already got this worked out in my head a couple of minutes ago. I'll mark where I observed from, and have a mark where it sets at. And we'll look at it in room temperature, and then I will change the temperature. And I got a laser thermometer. We'll see what the temperature ends up being on it too. We'll keep it that way. We'll do this. We'll do the scientific method in my kitchen.
These lines here. These are zeniths. These are two different total stations set up and pointing at each other. So you point one station at the other station, and they both point at each other, and then
They're pointing at each other. Okay.
right, and then you measure the interior angles, right, from the zenith of each one of A and B.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And
Wow.
that interior angle, if the Earth is flat, must be 90 degrees. But what we see is something that is greater than 90 degrees, which is down here. Is like this one is 91 degrees, 8 minutes and 9 seconds. And for the flat Earth model, which is right here,
For the flat Earth model, what model? What model? Okay. Aren't you the guys that are always saying we don't have a model? But apparently you have one for this. But okay, go ahead.
those numbers have to go into a negative in order for to see what we're seeing. The temperature gradient would have to be much different than what it is.
Okay. All right. So
Okay. So I was thinking of something else in my answer, but that diagram was helpful for that. That's
Sure.
and this, so okay, so yeah, this particular I'm not too familiar with this.
Walter Bislin's is a good site to go to.
This is if
sure
if you
it's a
could
dandy.
send me this, this one
sure
I don't
that's a
think I'd be
fucking
able
dandy.
to, because I was understanding it differently in my first response.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I don't think I would be able to sufficiently or adequately defend
Okay.
myself against this point.
Yeah, that's cool. I
'Cause,
think
yeah, I'll look
Pitch on
into
there.
this though, because this would be
yeah, that's
measuring
great.
the
I
access
understand.
bars.
I understand you totally. Yeah, all is cool. It's all cool.
It's all good.
So,
All
Okay.
right, you got your
yeah.
fourth claim. Go ahead.
or Nathan.
No.
And then I think I had only sent Brenda 3 claims. So I guess if you
something
want to go to your 4th, and then maybe,
You can make something up like Santa Claus said that the Earth is flat.
oh, okay. So yeah, okay. So
it's interesting. It's
kind of to
interesting
tie in with
that someone who's pretending thinks the Earth's a globe and then says, "Yeah, I asked if Santa Claus." So we got Santa Claus. There's like so many. That's so loaded. It just is.
the maps is you have
I gotta be nice.
governmental agencies
Trying to
as
be.
well that also put in their documentation. I think it was Dean Oral. He covered several military documents that had a flat, non-rotating Earth, and he provided the links to all of them in that video. And if you go to like a lot of the Army ones or anything, the military ones, they're all now, most all of them are like 404 error not found. So they kind of took away some of those flat Earth documents, which is kind of a theme because flat earthers such actually as Jaron have been able to really change the internet landscape and get things removed and altered and hidden and taken away and changed around. And so I would think that with there are documents, like there's one in particular with NASA, I believe it's damaged asymmetric aircraft, and they talk about planes that are damaged and they need to be able to land, and they use a flat non-rotating Earth for their assumption. And I think why that is important is because if you are in a plane that you need to land and someone could get hurt if you don't land properly, if you're trying to land a damaged plane, you need to know what the contour of the ground is, what the layout is, how.
I just showed a video the other night of where a guy was going to prove flat Earth was wrong, and he compensated for curvature and crashed the freaking airplane. So
fast the ground is moving, if it is at all, how fast you're moving, when. There's a bunch of variables that you have to factor in. But if you're landing on something that's moving or curving, moving despite moving east to west, if you're trying to land going north to south, that might be a lot of momentum change on your wheels. And so there are things like that I think would indicate that the airplanes, I know that's just like our English language, but they're airplanes because they do fly over a plane.
Time. You guys can discuss if you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You got a minute. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
You got a minute before you.
Yeah, airplanes are not called planes because they fly over planes or a plane. I don't think that's true, but it doesn't matter because all objects on the surface of the Earth are moving with the Earth at the same rotational speed. And when an airplane takes off, it due to the law of conservation of momentum, it retains that speed. And so there's really no problem. It doesn't have to land. You can consider it as if it was stationary. You can consider the Earth, and you can consider the Earth as if it was flat if you want. You just understand that that is an assumption that you're making for the present time, simply to make your calculations simpler without having to go into relativity and everything, which is very complicated and very involved equations. So one of the first lessons I remember, like an 8th grade geometry teacher teaching us was
time, unless you want your minute.
Make it simple. Start with the simplest possible case and then solve from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brenda, you got your fourth one.
Ask Santa careful.
Your last claim.
What if Santa don't bring me? Santa won't bring me no shit because I don't believe in him. See, and that's how the globe is. The globe is like Santa Claus. It's like Tinkerbell. And it only works if everybody believes in it. It requires a strong amount of cooperative belief. And it's not any different. I don't know if any of y'all went and saw Peter Pan live or anything like that, but I did. And they had a thing, poor Tinkerbell was dying because not enough people were believing in Tinkerbell anymore. And so they got all the kids in the audience to believe. And then Tinkerbell started glowing again and shit. And it ain't much different with this globe thing. Man, it requires a lot of parishioners in order for it to fly. This is why they had such a bad time getting this off the ground. They had these philosophers and shit that came about with this cockamamie idea, and people said, yeah, okay, right. You're one of them guys that sits around in the bathhouse with those other dudes, right? Yeah, okay. And so it never really took hold, all right, until they really started pushing this shit. There was some alchemists like Newton and fucking Copernicus and the rest of these guys that were devout in this fucking crap, man. They wanted this fucking push this, man. And here we are. It really didn't take hold. Really. It really didn't take big hold. It was still a debate in the 19th century, for crying out loud, but it was about the mid or early mid 20th century that this really started taking hold. And by that time, of course, the Rockefeller school systems were pretty well established and in place. So
I'm going to share the screen again.
Okay.
Don't go full Brendan. I understand, man.
And
Oh, Brendan, not
we have a
Brandon.
cute little picture
Let's
this
go,
time.
Brandon.
Polaris
Don't put pictures
cannot
of me
be
in there.
Polaris cannot be seen in the southern hemisphere, and the southern hemisphere
I can't see the street light down at the end of my fucking road either. Damn. Must be because it's a globe, right?
cannot see certain constellations
You tell
in
me
the northern
I can't
hemisphere.
see.
This
I
is
can
what we would
see all
expect
kinds of shit.
on a globe.
Because
On a flat Earth,
whilst in space, oh, you can see the zodiacal lights and the nebulas. Never mind, I'm sorry.
every human
Stupid.
being at every point on the face of the Earth should all see the same sky, but we don't see the same skies. We see different skies. And in fact, I believe Aristotle took the fact that there were constellations that could not be seen from Greece as evidence for the Earth being spherical, or at least curved. And this is more evidence.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you, this is some of the evidence. This is how this goes, right? I got a flat tire. Okay. And out there by whoever flattened my tire, I see a cigarette butt. And it's not a brand I smoke, it's a Marlboro, right? And I know this guy, and he smokes Marlboros. So that right there is evidence that that guy slashed my tire, right? Because that guy smokes Marlboros, and I have a slashed tire. Is that evidence of that? No, it's not. So be careful what evidence is. Okay? If evidence can actually be put together for one concrete proof, perhaps. But there again, proof is proof. And this bullshit about science doesn't prove anything. I don't accept that. Okay, I don't care if Richard Feynman said it. I don't care if fucking Michio Kaku said it. I don't give a fuck who said it. Because if science can disprove something, then it has proven something, hasn't it? Okay, so I don't accept that shit.
It doesn't have to be perfect. It's simply there's a cumulative amount of evidence that I'm making a cumulative case for the Earth being a globe. And the fact that it's simply a fact that people in the southern hemisphere cannot see certain constellations in the north, and the north. I've never seen the Southern Cross in my entire life because I live in Minnesota, and unless I go into the southern hemisphere, I never will. But if the Earth is flat,
You know, this is another thing I don't like to talk about southern stars or anything else like that, because it's all hearsay shit. Okay, I stick with what I know. I stick with what I can prove. Okay, this shit want to talk about the Southern Cross and what it does and all this other. By the time the fifth or sixth person gets it, it's such a convoluted bunch of nonsense that it's not proof of shit. So I'm sorry. I too have not been to the Southern Cross or the Southern Hemisphere. I've had no reason to go there. But I'll make note the next time if and when I go there to observe it myself. Thank you.
I should be able to see it. And that, again, is evidence against a flat Earth and for a globe Earth. I'm done.
Thank you. Lumen, you got a minute to respond?
Yeah, so to my response to this would be that if you are if all three of us were in the same room together and we were all sitting down at a table and we all looked up, we would all have a different central zenith piece of ceiling popcorn above our head. That would be our position in the sky related to the ground. And my epicenter of my sky is built around that star or that piece of popcorn that is above my head, or that star, and it's the same. So my epicenter is different from your epicenter, Brenda, which would be different from Jaren's epicenter. And so we would all be seeing different sky and different ground. And so just like if you're in your house, the piece of ground that you're walking on has a different piece of ceiling above it. If you're in the kitchen, you're going to have your kitchen ceiling above your head, aka northern hemisphere. Whereas if you're in your living room, you're going to have your living room ceiling above your head, aka southern sky. So depending on where you are on the ground, that determines your position on the sky. And because ground and sky try to compete with one another for your vision towards the horizon, there's a hard vanishing point that cuts off anything beyond that point, ground or sky. So it prevents you from seeing those stars. If you want to see them, you have to.
I think a better analogy to that I like to use is if you can imagine a great big huge open warehouse. Okay, let's just say it's 5 miles square, and in the ceiling, which is about 12 maybe 14 foot, we've got lights, and they're arranged in a certain pattern. And there's one particular light right there directly in the center of that warehouse, right? So I tell you, we're standing there right there at that center, and we're looking at that, and I say, okay, now you go on down there to the edge of the warehouse, right? And tell me, can you see my star that's right over my head? No, of course you can't, right? And I can't see the ones that are over your head either, arranged in a completely different pattern. All right. So did we have to curve the floor in order to achieve that? No, we didn't. All we had to do is change our perspective. See, this idea that these stars are light years away, trillions of fucking miles and all this shit, that's just nonsense. Born from assumptions and nonsense. Okay. It's a story that was made up, and there's absolutely zero, nada proof of that being what they say at all. I mean, you want to tell me how the fuck they measured any of that shit? Come on. Don't tell me, oh, everybody knows he is triggered off. No, they didn't. They came up with several different distances to the sun throughout the evolution of this preposterous nonsense that they've perpetrated on mankind. I think they've gone from 3 million miles to where we're at now, 93 million miles, successively kept going up and shit because, oh, it's so easy to calculate, right? Get the fuck out of here.
Move to another spot on the ground, because if you go up, the stars disappear, except for what some astronauts have to say.
We're all in one room, and if we are all in one room, barring any obstructions like trees and mountains, we should all see the same ceiling. If there's a ceiling above us, everybody in the room should be able to see every bit of that ceiling, because there's
What about in my warehouse, Brenda? We're talking about, in perspective wise, we're talking about a very, very large area of land. Very large. Okay. You're not Superman. You're not going to see the whole ceiling. How high is the ceiling, Brenda? If you tell me it's infinite, then I'm going to have to get into how do you have air? Okay. And that's going to be a whole nother can of worms that you're not wanting to get into. I guarantee it.
simply no obstructions to anybody. There isn't a kitchen to this world. We're all in one room. We're not in different rooms. And it doesn't matter what's directly above me. I'm saying that every point on that ceiling is visible by everybody in the room.
Not in my warehouse. Not in my warehouse. It's not. Okay. In a living room. Yeah. Let's look at the proportions of a living room versus the height and size of a standard person. Now let's take a look at our warehouse, right? That's all the bigger we need to do just to prove the point. Am I saying the stars are only 12 or 14 feet high? No, I'm putting it into a fucking perspective that you can understand. I mean, and yes, it is an argument. It is nonsense is an argument when it is nonsense. Okay. When you are using assumptions to calculate the astronomical unit and then using that to calculate these distances, which I don't know where you're coming up with that crazy nonsense from, but hey, and none of them changing. All of these constellations remaining static for thousands of years while we're traveling 500,000 fucking miles an hour away from the center of the galaxy or whatever. And all this whirling and twirling and spinning. And come on, man.
And then-
Yes.
yeah.
And so the us being in the room, all to clarify, was to give the imagery of so someone can try to perceive everybody having their own unique center of the sky, and then all the stars are fixed relative to one another. So your whole sky is going to be determined by that piece of popcorn, or that whatever's right above your head.
No,
And
it's
then-
not. It's not.
If you're directly,
The point of the ceiling that's directly above my head isn't going to mean that I can't see the far right-hand corner or the far left-hand corner.
no. And so here's, if you were now to take this to the living room and the kitchen example,
There's only
we-
one
we-
room. There's only one
well,
room.
but here's how they tie together, is because if you are in the living room and you're looking towards the kitchen and looking up at the ceiling, but there's a wall in the way, the living room wall is in the way,
There's no
that
wall.
would be akin to the hard vanishing point that is set by the limits of your vision, the sky.
You're going to be dropping into the horizon until this is a bad analogy. Using the house. I knew it wasn't going to be long before he started getting into fucking walls and all this other nonsense, right? So that's why the warehouse is a better thing. You know, even with a 14 foot, I mean, I'm not saying that the stars are 14 or 20 feet, but the bottom line is, as you move away from something, your perspective changes. Our vision works this way. We see the ground goes up, the ceiling comes down, everything goes in from left to right, from right to left. It's the state of our perspective, our 3D view. Okay. And so consequently, as you move away from the center, that light that was once just above you is going to start dropping down. But what you're going to get is new ones that you didn't even see from the point where you were at in the middle. You're going to see all new different lights that the guy in the middle can't see from his vantage point. Does that mean that the warehouse is a ball? No, it doesn't. It's so simple. This guy overcomplicated it. Nathan, we got to have a talk, brother.
Eye in the ground converging and merging at the horizon, cutting off the stuff that is beyond that. If you go higher up in elevation, you can push those two a little further back.
Yeah, there's no walls. There's no walls. There's no
Well,
kitchen.
the wall would be a metaphor for the vanishing point. It's cutting off your view beyond that wall.
Stop.
It's effectively like a wall. The vanishing point is.
No, the vanishing point is on the ground.
Well, walls are built off the ground.
Brenda's, dude, come on. Brenda's right. The vanishing point is at the ground level, but you need a bigger example in order to give more understanding to it.
It's the same cutoff of vision, preventing the more distant sky. It's still there, but it's on the other side of the wall. Or in the world's case, you would have to move your position on the ground to be able to see new sky.
Yeah,
You're
I
moving
agree.
the epicenter the star above you would be changing as you move on the ground. So you're changing your available sky to that depending on your position.
No, I agree with you that if I want to see the ceiling of the kitchen and I'm in the dining room, I'd have to move into the kitchen. But
To make it your zenith.
Oh
right?
my God, y'all, come on. This
The
is a
zenith
dumb
doesn't have
fucking
anything to
argument
do with
right
it.
here.
Is the fact
Well, I'm
that
just using it as a
stand-
reference.
I can stand anywhere in the dining room and I see every bit of the ceiling of the dining room, and there's no kitchen, there's no walls.
Yes, because that would be so like if I was in my kitchen and right next to me was the dining room,
Yeah.
and I was looking towards my dining room, that would, and I'm here in Minnesota, say that would be like me looking over to China, and that's why I can't see China, is because there's a vanishing point. The sky, there's magnification going on, there's bending of light, there's refraction, there's debris in the way. There are things that ultimately, like if you went from me here in Minnesota to China, and you took all of the dust and the debris in the air between me and there, I think, and what is a dining room wall, 6 inches wide or something, 6 inches thick? I bet you could get at least 7 inches of dust between me and China from if I tried to look at it. So that would cut off the vision as well.
It's the scattering of the light that occurs due to, as he was saying, particles and moisture in the lower extremes of the atmos. Okay. When you're looking up, of course, you can see further because it's not as much. Most of the shit in the soup is down here. Okay. And when you're looking through miles and miles and miles and miles of this soup, even though the air seems very clear, even on a human day right in front of you, the air seems very clear. But as you look off in distance, you see it's more hazy than it is on a clear day. That's one of the things I liked about when I lived out in Cali, is it would be so fucking dry. You could get out there in the desert, you could see forever. And the thing is about that is it fools you, because you'll see like a little cave or some kind of a cool rock, and you're like, let's go check that out. It's just right there. And an hour later, you're going, oh, fuck. It looked like it was just right there, but it always just looks like it's just right there. It was a long way off. So it plays a very, very important role in how far you can see. This is what cracks me up. So some of the childish shit that people say, well, how come I can't see the Eiffel Tower from New York? You know, and I'm like, oh my God, man, do you not even consider any of these things at all? You know, like one, wow. Yeah, that's the kind of shit you run into, man. And if you think a fucking 1.5 foot wave can obstruct, you know, a ship, if you know that it can obstruct an entire ship in the distance, I don't even know. I mean, I find it hard to believe that people have such a hard time with this. Maybe it's I'm good at just, I can see spatial relations and things in my head really well. I don't know.
The vanishing points are on the ground. I'm talking about the ceiling. The ceiling is above us. And according to some flat earthers, you know, the dome is approximately, I don't know, 3,000 miles above us. What it would have to be. That's how high the sun is, 3,000 miles or something like that.
Yeah, and I don't claim any distance, I don't know.
How do we know how high the sun is, right? One thing we can be sure of is that it's not 93 million miles away, because when we see it in high altitude photographs and video, there's an apparent hot spot right underneath of it, right? So there's this hot spot right underneath of it, which wouldn't occur from an object 93 million miles away. That's just retarded. So how do we know how far away it is? I don't know if it's anything, if it's actually physical. It might just be a point of energy. We have to determine what the fuck it is before we can, and how are you going to measure where it's at? The thing is continuously in motion, and it's never in the same place because of its nature to be spiraling out away from the north to the south, and then vice versa. So I don't, you know, it'd be pretty difficult for it would take I think it would take a bigger effort than what most of these people say. They're all the time, oh, well, you can just use trigonometry. It's like, well, if that was the case, then they wouldn't have gone from 3 million to 93 million over the course of a couple hundred years. It's obviously not a simple task. You had to keep changing it to fit your model. You see, not that you actually had a distance, but you had to change it so that it fit what you thought was going on in the sky. That's the bottom line to it.
Know at all how high up the sky is, how far into the firmament or anything.
We can
the sun and
calculate
the
it.
Sky are.
We can calculate how high it must be.
If you weren't looking through a medium and there weren't other variables as far as its true position involved, I think you could. But I think because its true position could be different and there could be refraction and distortion, that those things inhibit the ability to accurately assess the point that you're trying to measure.
No, you're correct. You're correct that there's definitely refraction and distortion, but that's closer to the horizon. But when we measure the sun, and it's like at 45 degrees, there's relatively little refraction, relatively little dust, or any kinds of obstacles. So if trigonometry is true, and we certainly think it is, then the sun must, Mike MC Toon figured out how high it is, given we are at 45 degrees latitude, and we know the distance to the equator, right? And if the Earth is flat, then we know that that's flat. That's a right angle to the sun. Then we can just calculate how high that it must be, and it must be if trigonometry is true. And you're going to have a hard time proving that trig is false. It must be 3,000 miles above us.
Yeah, so I agree that most trig is accurate. I guess I don't know most trig, but I agree.
But if that's what the trigonometry shows, where the fuck did 93 million come from? How did you go from 3,000, which is what apparently McToon's trigonometry shows? How did you go from that to get to 93 million? See what?
Agree with trig, but the thing is like, and even in Mike's example, what the brother was showing was that you have these points, your position here, and then the horizon is here, and then you have the sun above the horizon.
Yeah, we talked just to let the audience know, we actually talked about this. We had a sheet of paper, and all three of us talked about this.
What are you doing?
Working on some DIY Valentines.
You're gonna want to add some pasta.
Oh man, yeah,
At the
pasta.
coffee shop.
Oh, that's what I got. Naughty Hippo. My wife's got a birthday coming up this month. I've been figuring out what I got to get her for her birthday, and that just gave me a great idea. My mom loved them, man. I'm gonna make her a macaroni necklace. That'd be pretty cool. Something personal, creative, that kind of thing. Y'all think she'll like that? If there's no shows after her birthday, you'll know she didn't like it.
Yes, and what Mike was doing there was he had the sun in the same environment, in the same ecosystem, as the same medium as the observer on the Earth, on the ground, like for example here in Minnesota or at the equator. It was in the same medium, but my personal view of the biblical planar cosmology is that there is a glass, a firmament above us, or some sort of molten glass above us, and so
according to you, is it inside or outside of the firmament?
So if my hands are the firmament, underneath is where we are, and then my fingers have depth. So if the sun is,
so I think that it appears that it is, but I don't necessarily know that it is. I mean, I'm kind of like it could be just a projection. What we see is just a projection of the real sun. I mean, it really does behave as an optical illusion rather than a real object, if you think about it. Just like with a rainbow, how its position shifts when you move, you know. That's kind of the lines I go across. And if you look at my page, my little avatar, and like when I type in here, you know, if you can see, I took a picture of a little flat Earth model on my table, and I had it set in the middle of a Gleason's map, right? And got it facing the same way. I thought it would make a cool picture, so I took this picture. And then I looked at it, and I was like, holy shit. And it looked like there was a sun inside the dome of the little flat Earth model. So I went back over to the table, and I looked, and when I moved, it stayed like in that same spot as I watched it, or relatively. And it appeared, I even dropped down and looked, and it appeared like a little sun inside of the dome of this thing. And I was like, that's pretty freaky. So I don't know what the sun and the moon are. And there again, I think that looking in the sky to determine the condition of where you're viewing it from is retarded, but whatever.
In my fingers, like,
I mean, you can find your location, yeah, but is it going to tell you the condition of where you're standing? I mean, you look up in the sky, that looks like a ball to me, so I must be on a ball. That's dumb. You know, why would you assume that? Why would you assume that? The same type of thinking if you was to look over and you saw a bird fly over in the sky. You say, oh, I think I'm a bird. You say, oh, well, why do you think you're a bird? Well, because I looked up in the sky and I saw one flying over. I mean, it's the same fucking logic. Has just as much to do with it as the goddamn things you see in the sky has to do with the ground.
where like in here somewhere in the glass.
So it's
or if it is-
embedded in the firmament?
Yes, if it's embedded in, or if it is above and then coming down through the whole medium of the firmament, I'm not sure. But it is at least in one different medium
It always
than,
stays above the firmament, or
yeah, either embedded within, it doesn't come down into the clouds, for example, or anything like that.
the clouds are only a few thousand feet above us, and according to Mike, the sun should be what, 3,000 miles above us. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah, if
quite a
it were
ways-
in the
quite a ways
clouds or
away.
something, it could be calculated like that. I really do believe that you could trig it if it was within the same area that we are, but I do think it is.
I'm going to have to dig out this thing. I've got a pilot that took off in a jet, and it's sped up. And it's crazy because you can see the sun over here, and it's like huge, right? And then he comes up through, and as he's climbing, he comes through like a layer of temperature or some shit, and you see the sun all of a sudden get real small, and then he comes back up out of it, and it gets big again. And it's like, dude, you know, there again, how are you going to measure this fucking thing? Like I said, I don't think it's actually worth seeing the actual sun. And to try to measure it would be like you trying to catch your shadow. I mean, that's just my opinion on it. But, you know, it's as good as what they got. I can tell you that. Balls of gas forming for no fucking reason. In a vacuum, no less. What? Gases don't behave that way. Gases don't form into shapes. That's why I don't say atmosphere. That's literally means air ball. There's no air ball. Here I go. Here, I'll throw it and knock over McToon's column of air that he left over here that time. Good God, Jays.
An unreachable area behind an impassable.
Yep. Do you have any evidence for this firmament, like a chunk of it?
No, because if it's,
I do. I have evidence for it. The fact that you and I are breathing and talking right now, the fact that there's liquid water and that there's air pressure, okay, that's evidence of it right there.
That would be nice to
unbreakable,
have.
I can't break a chunk off.
That'd be nice to have it, like a photograph.
Well, I can tell you that NASA would love to go back to the moon, or Don Pettit would, but it's a painful process to
Well,
build the technology back, and they
We can't go
get
to the
past the
moon. No, but
Oh
I
yeah,
can-
yeah,
I know we
yeah.
can't go-
Oh, and also, y'all, I just found out that they said NASA said that the moon is shrinking, and this could pose a problem to future missions to the moon. Told you they was going to keep kicking the fucking can down the road, but that's no shit. I just saw this the other day. Yeah, yeah. The moon is shrinking. What, you get a leak? What happened? I don't know.
Or the moon.
of the firmament, you could go to where it meets the ground, couldn't you?
Maybe
Couldn't that be in
If it- if
Antarctica
it-
somewhere?
could be. It's hard to get to Antarctica and explore it freely and wherever you want to go and stuff. So,
You're totally free to go there. You know that.
well, you're free to like go to a certain location and have certain rules and restrictions and everything. And tour,
Yeah,
you
you
can
have
tour
to-
there to specific locations.
Yeah, part of the rules are like the same rules that you would have if you went to a certain national parks. You can't leave anything behind you, and you have to be very careful with. You wouldn't have to worry about fires, but you can't leave anything behind you because that would pollute the national park. And it's the same with Antarctica. You can't be you have to carry your poop with you.
Yeah, right.
All right,
You
that's
got to
right.
carry
Because
everything.
you can't pollute the environment and affect.
You can't pollute the environment. There's penguin shit all over the fucking place down there. Come on, man. Oh, you gotta carry your poop with you and shit. Whoa. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. This place is so big. Like this cracks me up too, man. I live in an agricultural area, right? And they spread the shit of animals of all different natures all over the fucking place, man, for these crops, right? Nobody pay no mind to it. They drive down the road, whoo, boy, fresh manure, geez, whoo, right? Somebody finds a human turd, they got a fucking hazmat crew out there with tongs and radioactive equipment and shit picking it up. I'm sure that 2 or 3 guys taking a dump from time to time on an expedition through Antarctica is not going to ruin the fucking ecosystem. What ecosystem? All the penguins is up there by the fucking coast. They ain't all hanging out in the middle of the continent and shit. If it is a continent, you lie. You people lie. You're afraid of poop.
it and stuff. But there's no obstacle to anybody just trekking across it other than you would die rather quickly because it gets to 100 below zero Fahrenheit.
Okay,
Why doesn't it get that fucking cold in the north? We don't got those kind of temperatures in the north. How come if it was a globe, the fucking temperature spectrum should be equal throughout the entire globe? Shouldn't it? So how could you get those extreme temperatures, lack of flora and fauna in those parallels, in direct contradiction to what we find at the adjacent parallels in the north? It should be the same. Listen to what the lady's saying, man. Nathan, learn to ask some fucking questions.
let's
Yeah.
go on to your conclusions. We're starting with you, Pitch. You got 2 minutes to do a conclusion. And you guys both still have your 2-minute warning if you wanted to use it, but you don't have to. And
I don't feel a need to.
Okay, so we're gonna go 2 minutes when you're ready.
Yeah, okay. So I do feel that there is geographic or geometric observations that we can make that show that the Earth is planar. If it is a globe, then it would have to, I think, be a globe that is much bigger than what we are told, what we are taught. 24,901, I think it would have to be 10 times bigger at least, or something like that. to match the observations with how far we can see. And if you are going to claim that you can calculate your explanation, if you can calculate your refraction and make it appear mathematically to work, I support the math 100%. What I am asking for and looking for is a demonstration isolating the variable and showing it recreated on a known curved surface. For example, bottom-up disappearance at its surface sounds like a slam dunk for the globe, that it's stuff going over the curve. It's what we're taught. However, it has been shown isolating a realistic variable that we observe in the real world of temperature variation, you can show using natural temperatures that you can get bottom-up disappearance on a known flat surface. So that is an explanation of why we get the observation, and then a demonstration showing and matching what we see. So the biblical Earth
They're gonna blow. They put a hole on the moon. They put a hole on the moon. I got you. I got you. I'm back with it. Where you said that, the shrinking moon article. It says a sneaky Japanese man. They put a hole in the moon, man. That thing is gonna be like soon blowing out of orbit, and all kinds of catastrophes are gonna happen. We won't know what the tides are, and yeah, we're screwed. We're totally screwed. I'm not muted anymore. I'm on. Should be. Hello. They popped it. That's what I'm saying, Jeeps. They popped that fucking thing. There was a show when I was a kid called Space 1999. And it took place in, guess what year? 1999. That's right. And they had this whole thing was looking into the future and everything. And they had this moon base. There was a moon base, and they were up there doing science and all this crazy shit and everything on the moon. And people were going back and forth to the moon. And something happened and knocked the moon out of orbit. And these people were stranded on the moon, but they had like limited range ships that they could use. And the moon was like blowing out through the solar system. And they'd have like Star Trek type missions, but instead of being on a starship, they were on a moon that had gone out of Earth's orbit. So it was kind of a cool show. I liked it. It had Martin Landau. It was pretty good special effects for the time. About like what you get from NASA now. So yeah, pretty good.
Earth side is able to show this. Is able to have these demonstrations. There are some technicalities and things that are, a little bit tough, but a lot of the minds and everything who mean well are going to the globe side and are taught through a system that brings them onto that side naturally. And so I guess that would be, I think that there are observations, there are demonstrations, explanations to these things that are just as valid, if not more, and more explanatory and observationally confirmed empirically than a globe.
Okay, thank you. Let's go with Brenda. And just a reminder, if you want to ask any of these people questions, you can send a super chat right now or a Rockfin tip, and we will get to those right after Brenda's 2-minute conclusion.
Sure. I think that I demonstrated my case. I gave evidence, I gave numbers and measurements, calculations that increase the probability that the Earth is a globe rather than, and that falsify a flat Earth. Science cannot prove things, but it can show that something is false. We can know.
Isn't showing something is false proving something? Especially if it's something that maybe you've been assuming and carrying on with for a long time. And, you know, like when they had to bring in Einstein and all this other, right? Come on, y'all.
That the
That's
Earth
me.
is not flat, but we can't have absolute certainty that the Earth is a globe. We can just have a high degree, and I would think very high degree of confidence that the Earth is a globe. And technically, it's not a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid, and it's lumpy in some places. But I gave a cumulative case where I presented numbers, calculations, measurements of spherical excess and of things curving away from the observer and disappearing over the horizon. And I
God, that's a pet peeve with me. Things don't go over the horizon; they go into the horizon. I always want to correct people when they say that. I got to stop doing it. I agree with you, Jeeps, on that. Says our ancestors had it right all along, and they were more intelligent than today's scientists. I agree. How are you going to progress anywhere when you're doing shit based off of nonsense, right? This is why there's been no advancements in any of this shit, is because it's just fantasy. Every last bit of it's just fantasy. There's no, like this thing predicted that we'd be on the moon by 1999. People believed that that would be the case. We had the space race, man. This was the 70s. Surely in 30 years or 35 years, we'll have moon bases and all this shit. And look at here we are, well past that period of time. And they're still kicking the can down the road, man. Now the moon's shrinking. But you can see that's a dirty lie.
I think that the preponderance of evidence is such that people should believe that the Earth is a globe and should not believe that it is flat, because the evidence says so. Many flat earthers talk about waking up to the flat Earth. You don't have to wake up to science. Science has evidence.
Wait a minute. They were already given all your science. And something happened that it didn't jive with what they were experiencing. So this assumption that, oh, you people just don't understand science, or the educational system has failed. And it's like, I went to the same fucking educational system you did, bro. You know, the same shitty Rockefeller funded nonsense. I went to it too. Okay. They got you though. See, I was once educated, but I got better. I did. So that bullshit, like they act like you just transported here from the 1400s or some shit, and they'll say, "Oh, you still believe the Earth is flat?" What the fuck do you mean? Do I still believe that? I got taught this nonsense the same as you did. I came to the realization that it was a bunch of shit. It wasn't like I wasn't exposed to science or anything. Come on, man. In fact, science proves that this thing isn't even possible.
And facts. There's no waking up that you have to do. You simply have to acknowledge the facts and the measurements for what they are. So you don't need to have a spiritual coming to Jesus moment where you wake up to the flat Earth. That is how religion works. That's not how science works. Science deals in facts, explanations, observable, repeatable, falsifiable observations.
Falsifiable?
And I think that I made a good case for the.
Did he? Oh, God damn it.
Hang on. Elevation, you can reachable area behind are going to pointing out like this upward or horizon.
Picture this build
up to the flat Earth. That is how religion works. That's not how
science works.
Science deals in facts, explanations, observable, repeatable, falsifiable.
Falsifiable. Observable, repeatable, falsifiable
observations.
And
I think that I made
very good
a good case for the Earth being a sphere. And I want to thank Nathan and Jaron. Nathan is a nice guy, and people should be nice to him.
Listen, it's now, Brenda, that might have been a Freudian slip, okay, but it was appropriate. It was appropriate. There's no fucking way Brenda's a Mormon. They don't allow that shit in the Mormons, man. I had a couple of them show up to my doorstep the other day, though. And most people, they just go, oh, no, I'm not interested, right? I went outside and I talked to him for a little bit, man. I went outside and talked to him a little bit. I threw on him that idea, that theory about the millennial reign might have already come and gone and shit. They was pretty fascinated, man. I talked to him for about 20 minutes. But, yeah, man. Interesting. There ain't no way he's a fucking Mormon. Come on, man.
Even if he did failed miserably. Yes. Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you to both of you as well, Jaron and Brenda, both of you for this.
Well, then I
discussion.
also wanted to mention that so people know, it was supposed to be FTFE against George Stirrup Michael or something. I forgot his exact name, but they bailed last second because they needed more time or something. So I called these guys basically yesterday morning and said, could they move up? And they agreed. So thank you guys for doing that for us.
Howard Stirrup, is it?
Yeah, that's who it is.
Yeah, and I think Fight the Flat Earth is having medical issues.
Transition surgery is not going well. I'm sorry, man. I gotta pick on Fight the Fat Ass. That dude's a psychopath, man. He is.
Oh, is that what it is? I'm not sure what it was exactly.
Maybe. I don't know.
Recover quick, Craig.
Yes. So
You got it.
So we have, I usually like to, and then while people can get their last super chats in or whatever, I usually want to ask each of you a question. So let me just bring this up real quick. And then Brenda, this is for Brenda's question. Brenda, if this is, where is my, oh, there we go. So I'm going to put this one up. So this is just a warehouse. I don't know where, but fairly large, but not too large, right? I mean, it's a couple 100 yards at the most, maybe 200 yards down there. So if we picture this building being 5 miles long, which only 5 miles, we're not talking about 12,000 miles, we're not talking about 500 miles. At 5 miles away, you would still be able to see the lights on the ceiling far away, 5 miles away from you. In a flat room, in a flat world, would you be able to see the lights 5 miles away?
Yeah, I think you would. And if not, you could get a telescope or binoculars out and see them. And they would all be above your eye level.
Okay.
I know that's nonsense because my dad demonstrated to me at the General Motors truck and bus plant down a long hallway like that. And he had binoculars. And his shit the ceiling went right into the floor down there. Listen, these factories were so big that they have bicycles and golf carts and shit to get around in there from department to department. And these places are, I run into people say, oh yeah, my dad worked at General Motors too. Maybe your dad knew him. And it'd be like, oh yeah, my friend Bob lives in New York City too. Maybe you know him. And it's like, do you know how many fucking people work there? Do you know how big this place really is? So yeah, man. Perfect. This is exactly that analogy. But as you can see by the photograph, everything is going from right to left, from left to right, from up to down, from down to up. That is how your vision works. Carry that out.
Just want to get that answer. And for pitch, I had for you, where is that? You said that you thought, I guess I was confused what you were saying in the lighthouse picture. Can you remind me what was your explanation for that? Why it was below the
Yeah.
horizontal?
Okay. So you are you're looking straight out at 76 feet elevation.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking straight out in a line, and that's where your level is set to. So from the zenith, you are 90 degrees straight out. And then because you are elevated from the ground, there is a gap that is between the observer height and the bottom. the things that are below your horizon line. And so the things that are beneath you have to go upwards towards, they're already below your horizon line, and then they have to go up towards that, because everything below, wherever you're looking, call it ground and sky for below and beneath, those two have to, above and below, have to converge at your horizon every time, no matter where you're looking, no matter how high up, wherever your horizon line is, beneath your eye and above your eye are converging. And so you have this thing looking straight out at 90, and you have this gap below you. That gap is what can be converted. It's like when you had those tilts in the diagram Brenda showed, if you, and those lines are pointing out like this, upward, if you took those lines and just shifted the whole thing and tilted it, they would start to point further down. That's your 90. If you're back like this and your 90 is straight out, you tilt forward, you're pointing downward now. So that's the excess. And you also, because you're up above and these things are below you on the ground, going up towards and staying under your horizon line, there's also shrinkage due to perspective, a shrinking of the objects as well, involving the apparent size of the
Diminution.
object at a distance. Not like that lighthouse would get bigger to you the closer you go to it, the further away. Consequently, the smaller it gets, and so it shrinks. So you have the apparent size plus everything beneath going up. It's already, the lighthouse is starting out below you, going up. So it makes sense that it would be beneath. If you were at the water level looking out at it, it would be above and stay up.
And guys, just so you know, you can use that perspective argument to convince your wife that there's an extra inch there. So, you know, the more you know.
Because there's no gap between the observer height and below. Your observer height is the 90. Whereas if you're elevated, your observer height is the 90, but then there's that gap beneath you too, that you could angle down towards and get 91, 92, 93 going down as you angle further.
No. Tartarian Mandela. No. Go sit in the corner. You're bad. No. That's just wrong. Stop.
Okay, we got some super chats. Let's start there. We've got Matthew DeGorgio says, we're creating a great world. Thank you very much for that. We've got LJ who says, Brenda, do you believe rain falls upwards in Australia? Thank you for the $2.
No, rain falls down in Australia, just towards the center of the earth.
Okay.
Wait.
Rich Wild.
Rain falls north? You said it fell toward the center of the earth. So it falls north? That's sideways. What the fuck's wrong with you? Falls down.
Music says Candace Owens just publicly admitted she doesn't believe the moon landings. More and more public figures are laying down the truth. Thank you very much for that. Rich Wild Music. We got Run Boston Bear. Says the globe earth is a spell akin to a magic trick. Anyone promoting the globe can't see the trick and is pushing an invention. Please wake up to truth. Guess that's to you, Brenda. And we've got Earth First, Space Later says, what people don't understand is that the heliocentricity is atheistic in nature and geocentrism supports a creator. And that's how we have been divided with all of this.
That's just not true.
What part of that?
It is not true that you have to be an atheist to believe that you're in heliocentrism.
Well, he didn't say that. He said heliocentricity is atheistic in nature.
No, it's not.
No, she's right. It's not. It's actually Luciferian in nature. Okay. It really is. It's a Luciferian inversion of reality. So, yeah. In a way, he's right, but also wrong.
Okay. Okay. And
I think it does enable atheism, though.
You remember what I said, Nathan, about how I gave it a plea sort of to the view that the nature and the world around us is God's work.
Yes.
Right. So whatever it is, I mean, that's God's work. And if it's a heliocentric universe, then that's God made it that way. And if I don't believe in God, but if somebody does, then they should respect that's how God made it.
Yeah, and to be fair, too, like when I thought that the Earth was a globe, I was a theist as well. So I did believe when I was learning about like binary star systems and exploding supernova, I thought that was an attribute of the grandiose nature of
Right.
our Creator being bigger than everything, magnificent, these huge, powerful events that are just a spectacle, beautiful clouds and everything
Yeah.
throughout the cosmos. That was my thought, but and I think like the Creator I worship could do that, but
Yeah.
the empirical evidence says otherwise.
You don't think it's a salvation issue, do you? That
Not
if you
at all.
that if you don't believe the Earth is flat, then you're not
You
saved,
guys.
right?
Correct. There are Christians who are
Woo.
on a globe who are saved. Absolutely, yes. Their globe is not a salvation issue by any means. But I will put it out there that I do believe if the Earth were a globe, it would falsify the validity and the authenticity and the accuracy of the Bible.
No, just your interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, my interpretation would be that
Yeah.
the Bible, a book that says that the Earth is not moving, that it's pressed like a seal, like described as a footstool, shaped like a circle, cannot, and says that the Earth doesn't move, can't support a spherical 3D moving ball. That would be an inaccuracy. So I personally hold the two. A globe would
Right.
falsify the Bible to
Right.
me.
And how about
But-
salvation? Is it a salvation issue when somebody doesn't believe in God?
That would be.
So yeah, well, I think like in someone's heart of heart.
My answer to that is this. I don't know, man. I'm not God. That's between you and God, right? That's not my business. I don't know if you got to redeem yourself. I don't know what you got to do or anything else. I know what I got to do. Okay. So careful.
Hearts, if they disagree with the message of Jesus, I think that I'm not God and I can't judge. I wouldn't want to be the one who's judging, because that'd be really difficult, I think. But I think many people, even right now, there might be atheists out there who are good people to others and everything. They might even bash Christianity, but maybe they have kind of a History Channel view of Jesus and of God, and God of the Bible was vengeful or violent and didn't like humanity, and then Jesus was just some mystic or something, some kind of smarter than average guy back then. I think that if people really knew that that the Creator has never attacked a person, and this point of Abraham was to show if you ever think you're hearing God and someone and the voice is telling you to kill somebody, the Bible is saying that's not the God of the Bible, because God would never tell you to go through.
See, now we're over into a book and shit. If you want to talk about cosmology from antiquity, then fine, then point to that. But see, I'll never use Bible as proof of flat earth. I'll tell you why. Because it gets off into these theological bullshit discussions, right? So here's what I go by. I have discovered through my observations and experiences over 58 years of life that the earth is stationary, level plane. And the Bible happens to agree with that. Okay. So I don't think this because the Bible says so. It just so happens that a book illustrating the cosmology of people a long time ago, like 5,000 years or more, that they believed, and it does agree with the observations and what I experience. So that's the best way to do that. There's a creator, a Father God. I don't think religion and God have a whole lot to do with one another at all. And so as far as any of the rest of that's concerned, it doesn't really belong in the conversation, I don't believe. But, hey,
through with something like that and to actually do that. And then it says about how that people who were taken out, like in the flood, were continually evil. So God doesn't do that stuff. Jesus loves us, gave us a free gift, showed us how to live, was saying to people, don't kill people, don't attack, don't lie, cheat, steal, don't like, you know, prioritize your well-being, your treating towards others, loving your fellow man, forgiving. Forgiveness is never mentioned on the news or anything. Being peaceful towards one another. And so I think that those things that get overlooked, but I think if people have that in their heart of hearts, and they never knew Jesus in this life, I really pray that there's a chance, because I do think if you have a family member who is a believer,
you can, I think it's whether or not you're going to live to be someone who is benevolent or someone who is malevolent. Okay. Those are the two things that need to be balanced out, your malevolence versus your benevolence. Right. So I think that, like, if you want to go into the story of Jesus and the various things he did, those were all very benevolent things. And so if one wanted to be Christian, to be Christ-like, or to follow in the footsteps of the Nazarene, one would have to observe that philosophy of life and to be a benevolent soul rather than a malevolent soul. You understand? It's not hard to do. You don't have to do any kind of special things. You have a unique and personal relationship with the Creator God, and you can have it any way you want to. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that fucking sweet? You know, and those of you out there, you might not believe in God, but that's okay. God believes in you. All right. So just keep that in mind. If you want to play a magnificent game of you can't see me with your Creator, that's up to you, but it's very childish. Anyway, on with the debate.
you can be grafted in. And so I think God calls it a narrow pathway, but to him, to us, it could be really wide. To him, one person not making it to heaven would be narrowing. But I really pray for as wide of a path as possible.
Okay. We've got Run Boston Bear, another one.
I'm going to wear my NASA rocket scientist shirt Tuesday. I have one. I had my wife pick it up for me at Disney World. See, isn't it amazing that you can get NASA shit at Disney World? Wonder why.
Everyone, thank you very much. $20 says a moving sidewalk in an airport goes 1.2 miles per hour. Even if the moving sidewalk was the size of a state, any person would know what direction the sidewalk was going in the second that they started walking. The Earth isn't spinning. And then we've got Earth First Space Later says, I meant coming from a Big Bang theory. Yes. Because you were the one who said that it's atheistic in nature. Yeah, I just think that, one group says that God created everything, and one group says, nothing, or magic or something.
And I think it's certainly possible. It's much more likely that or plausible to be an atheist. Well, it's much more plausible to be an atheist on a globe, in a globe model rather than
what was that?
I have to agree with him on that point right there, because there's many of us here and that watch the show, and people that I've talked to that were either unsure of or completely atheistic until they discovered this truth of the nature of where they live, this realm, this obviously created realm. And that has brought a lot of people to go, oh, wow. Yeah. And the thing too is, even people that believed in God now before, they're like, oh man, and he's close. God's close. He's not as far away as we all thought, So I think that's something that it brings people to. I believe that a lot of atheism is an attempt to try to escape accountability for misdeeds and actions that in your heart were wrong. Now, that's just my opinion, but I believe that's where it ends up stemming from. It gives you that doest thou wilt be the whole of the law, Crowleyistic type of attitude.
Model. That was
creating your own moral.
That's on your screen. That's not me.
Well, who did? Was that?
It wasn't me. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I just saw balloons go by your head.
Yeah, that was
That's
fun.
a filter. Was that that's a filter? I think.
You must have pressed something.
My hands are down low. I don't know. Like
That is very strange.
that was funny. But I think if you're, I don't think I've met a flirter who is a biblical earther who's a flirter who's an atheist. Because it would be, I feel like it'd just be really difficult to express, like spontaneous generation has
I've heard
been
somebody say
disproven by
that.
Pasteur.
I think they have existed.
That guy, Flat Earth Reset, said he was one.
He's an atheist?
That's what he said, but I mean, the guy's kind of out of his mind. So.
Is it possible for somebody to be a flat earther and an atheist?
Well,
Fucking Jaron, he's just that guy's kind of out of his fucking mind. So, you know, like, I'm just gonna add that in real slow, you know.
I mean, there's just no describable mechanism for creating a distance. So, I mean, within the cosmos, I mean, so I think it pretty much leads you in one direction or the other. All right.
Well, and like order and entropy and stuff that they were wound up in the past and are proceeding down. So
But whatever, keep up the good work, guys, kicking Globy's asses. You were on Modern Day Debate a couple times.
Jaron, did you have to cut something out of that?
Yeah, I've been on there.
All right, that looks like it. I'll check one more time over here, but I do appreciate you guys being on. I am not positive who's next week, but we will have a show. By the way, the show is changing to 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. That just helps get a couple people in the UK who've been
5
wanting.
p.m. Central.
Thank you.
Only important.
Nobody cares about Central. Okay.
That's flyover area, man. Nobody gives a fuck, right? Minnesota, huh? Minnesota. Huh. Okay. Isn't that where McToon's from too? Isn't McToon in Minnesota as well? At least that's what I heard. Does anybody know that? I'm just curious. That's pretty crazy. Coming out of Minnesota, huh?
Yeah, but anyway, it just makes it easier for people in the UK because they can still come on at like 11 or 10 p.m. Whereas if we get to 6 p.m. Pacific, they can't come on. So that's
maybe they get
more the better. Jaron, thank you for hosting this.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. It was very easy.
Thank you.
Much easier than last week. I don't know if you saw my last week was kind of a nightmare, but this week was much better. Let me check one more time and we'll see. And thank you guys very much for supporting the show. You can send $1 if you want to the Cash App, which is $Jaronism. There we go. All right. That is it. Any final words for you guys? But tell them where they can find you and support you and all that stuff if they want to see more of your work. Go ahead first, Nathan.
So thank you everybody for following along, listening. Hopefully we've said anything, things that you can listen to and mull over. And if there's anything that I'm missing or anything, any inaccuracies or anything, feel free to critique me. I'll probably be on this video, but you can find me and I'm happy to talk about this stuff with people. I think it's really important. Even if the earth were a globe, I think really the big thing is right now there's a lot of censorship. There's a lot of people in power who don't really like humanity and people living. And we have the technology, and I don't know if they know that or not, but we can all communicate real time, live speed, light speed, faster than sound with each other, faster than weapons can travel. So if we all speak to one another, voice our want to be kind to one another, then we just have these discussions and stuff and we can progress. But I just really, I think having this technology, the ability to communicate does so much, and it allows us to advance as a society, even in times of being wrong. People are wrong in science all the time, but it's a good progression. But I still think empirically the earth is planar, and that even relativity says a stationary earth. So, and if the relativists say that the earth absolutely is moving, if they're asked about it, yeah, the globe for sure is. It's still measured stationary from Earth. So anyway, yeah. Very good. Thank you again.
It's actually kind of a misnomer. It's not measured stationary. It's just they never proven any movement of Earth. Okay. So I know tit for tat, tomato, tomato, but you got to really break it down. These guys really get hung up in the minutia, so to speak.
Again, Brenda and Jaron, both of you, and everybody else for the time.
And I think it's
really-
important that you guys.
Wait,
met in
this looks
person,
like
because I
it's
think that
toward
takes
the
care
end, but there
so
looks
much,
like
'cause
there's
otherwise,
another.
if you don't see somebody's face in person, you can get away with saying whatever you want on the internet. You can call them whatever name you want, make fun of them, and I don't think you really
Yeah.
feel that that person is a person, because we're used to,
I don't know.
in real life,
See
you have
what
to deal with
happens.
people face to face. So that's why you don't hear the kind of nonsense going on in person to person conversations that you do on the internet, because on the internet,
Yep.
people just can get away with whatever. So I think meeting like that helps, because now
Found that out when we had old conspiracy smasher. Come on. He talks like some kind of a big badass on Twitter, and as soon as he came on my show, he was like a little pussycat, you know? I was like, are you kidding me? This ain't even the same guy, is it?
you guys can't yell at each other and call each other morons.
There you
All
go.
right, Brenda, where can we find you and all that fun stuff?
Well, I have a channel called Brenda Debates. I might be starting another one called Refute Flat Earth, but
No,
I don't see content on it. Just put all political stuff on the debates and flat earth stuff on that one. But I haven't done anything with it. I'm really super lazy.
I should come up with one called Teabag and Baltards. That would be a good one. I'll make another channel and call it Teabag and Baltards.
However, thank you, Jaron, and thank you, Nathan. This was a decent conversation. And everybody should check out the launch of Starship. SpaceX is going to launch here on the 17th, I think it is.
We'll get to see that fucking thing hit the firmament again. Maybe another sudden unscheduled disassembly.
And however, Jaron appears to have won his bet. Right? They're not going to have that circle around the moon.
Well, I
This-
actually was so nice to that guy that he
Yeah, moon.
almost cried that he didn't get it, that he didn't research it before he agreed to the bet. So I let him have 2024 as well.
You kicked it out another year, Jaron. You're kicking the can, Jaron.
I kicking the can, the opposite way of kicking the can. But I actually
it's not
did
going to
collect.
happen this. It's not going to happen this
No,
year. That's
so I actually took home $2,700 yesterday. If you go to Bet Moose and look at the, and that's because Bitcoin went up so much since we did that bet. Whoever bet against me, and I don't even know who it was. Most of them were anonymous. They all lost. So
Patience.
– 25 years later. Sorry, thank you guys. Damn it. 25 years later, and it's still, kicking the can down the road with Virgin Galactic. They've been telling us we're going to be going to the moon and we're going to have space flight. And I've shown this on my show a million times. We just showed about that with the freaking Space 1999 we were just talking about, the TV show. And man, I liked it. That was my shit. I loved it. Right. I was into it. I was, hell yeah, this is going to be really cool. And here we are at 2024 and they're kicking the can down the road. And here's Jaron won a bunch of fucking money betting on it. And it's like, that's a fool's bet. That's an easy bet. Yeah. Just always vote. They're not going. They won't make it. That's not happening. And you'll win every time. Only these fucking hopeful baltards are the ones that'll vote that it's going to happen. And I've been watching them for years and years and years and years, man. You'll see when they do that. Now, I thought they were on their way when they first did with this space shuttle. I was like, there you go. Now they're on the right track. Something reusable that you can go and come back. Wasn't real crazy about the idea of having to use a rocket to do it. I used to think, well, why don't you just take something up on a fucking high altitude balloon and then launch it from the fuck up there? You don't have to use as much fuel. Then you could go to the moon, establish a base, and you could do all your space exploration from there because, hell, it's not as much energy needed to escape the moon to go to all these other places. But fuck, they're never going to do it. Their biggest thing is, look, we're shooting a laser over the southern spike. Oh, that proves that we hit. Oh my fucking God. These people are easy to please. Wow.
Pays off.
Patience pays off. Let's see if we can find it up there.
That was it, Jaron. You're gonna give him 2024
That guy
I
hits.
heard 2025 is the lunar gravity will be much more powerful and attractive and desirable of a location to go.
Maybe that's the case. No, I don't
It's
know.
in our
That's-
atmosphere. It's right there.
Yeah, it's right there. Exactly.
No, I'll lay off I know we're in the closed down stuff, so I won't.
No, I was going to show this one thing here. If we can go bet. Shoot, what was it called? SpaceX Deer Moon. Yeah. So I think Tim Dodd says that he thinks it'll launch in 2028. So that's quite a big difference. Let's see.
Be a few years.
Resolved.
A few years out.
Yeah, I mean they've never launched people in it. They're not launching people in it tomorrow. Whenever you said that is Brenda's happening.
No, it's not.
Assen?
No, heavens no.
Okay. No,
Last name's Von Assen. Assen?
No, it's too soon yet. You make sure.
Because there's like a lot of it's so odd that there's such a struggle to get people up and out of Earth, but it was like because of national pride in the 70s, we had to be able to get out then, and we could.
Because we were fighting against the Russians, the evil Russians, right? And then once we've done that, the people wanted the money for other things.
And in all this time, Russia, having kept neck and neck in technology with the United States, hasn't even attempted. They've never even attempted it. Never even attempted it. Wonder why. Probably because they know better. I just saw an article here recently where Putin is saying that the fucking moon landing was fake too. So, yeah.
But we still would have that like technology,
Yeah.
the know-how to do it, and the material. That stuff is all still there and could just be reassembled. Like getting past regardless if you had the resources back then, getting past the Van Allen belts, which are supposed to be harmful to human
The
health.
Van Halen belt, man. I'm kind of down for the Van Halen belt. That would be awesome. Is it David Lee Roth Van Halen or is it Van Hagar belt? So I think it's the Van Halen belt. I think it's with David Lee Roth. I don't know. Eddie's dead now, so fuck. Probably not there anymore.
Health is like just being ignorant to the fields doesn't mean they wouldn't like affect you.
Well, no, of course not. Although I want to say I would gladly volunteer to go to a colony on Mars.
What?
I used to think like that.
I am.
What the fuck, man? There's nothing there, man. If it was a place, right? You've seen the photographs. You mean you go there and live in a dome, in some fucking dome, and have to put on some kind of special shit just to go outside? And why? You know, that would get old so goddamn quick. Do you know how quickly that would become old? Oh my God. That's the kind of rash thinking that leads to bad decisions right there.
I am 66 years old. It's not going to be much longer for me. So hell yeah. I would gladly die on Mars. Right? That it would be fantastic.
Do you think you'd make it past the 8-month trip there?
Yeah. I think that my personality is somewhat introverted, so I don't need that much. So I think I would be okay.
No, I mean, I don't know, what's the longest flight you've ever been on?
From Washington to Minnesota, so that's a couple hours or so.
People I've been on a 15-hour.
I've been on a train.
People get off there want to kill each other.
That'd be a long flight, 8 months.
Yeah,
I hope
man.
it's something bigger than the LEM. Like, so they give you like a luxury cruiser spaceship.
8 months having to drink out of a vagina cup and eat food out of a tube and shit. And then what are you going to eat when you get to Mars? What are you going to do for food when you get there? I don't understand. Where are you going to... Come on, man.
Move around and everything.
I think
Hollywood got that.
obviously they would know better, and obviously nobody is going to do that. But I'm just saying that I would volunteer because because I'm older, therefore I
let you.
have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
So this is the bet here, the one that was online. Will Tim Dodd fly around the moon in 2023? You'll see the bet has been resolved. So I made the first bet at 0.06. I don't even know what that value is back when I placed it, but you'll see the payout here was 0.0753. So we can put that and see what that is. But it's a pretty good payout just because Bitcoin has been heading up. So what was that? Yeah, 2680. So thank you to whoever bet against me. You shouldn't bet for space.
It wasn't me.
Well, it's easy.
I didn't think that it would be 24.
That's what I said, man. That's a slam dunk bet, Jaron. Man, you knew you won that when you took the fucking bet. You knew you won that when you took the bet. I wish I'd have known about it too. I would have put some fucking coin down on that shit.
20.
And whoever G-Force won, and so did this anonymous person, but then this anonymous lost, that anonymous lost, 0.02.
Hey,
Expensive.
Jaron.
Yeah.
I think what you have to factor in is the president from two terms ago for America. I can't say his name because I don't know some, but he said that they're still working on taking small baby steps to work their way up to getting past low Earth orbit. So you're trying to like that. You're in the stage of we're in the under the Leo stage where we're just making our way there with very small steps over a long period of time.
Is that what's happening? It'll be interesting to see what they do. It'll be interesting.
Brenda's going, that's all right. One day when we achieve warp technology, the Vulcans are going to realize that we've achieved space travel and they're going to come and help us. And then we can join the Federation and shit, man. And then we could see the zodiacal lights and the nebula.
Interesting to see. I mean, we're not very many years away from them having to I would think they have to do something, either fake it or do it, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I
throw
don't know
a
if they can
camera on the
keep kicking it.
moon, full view of the globe, live time. Don't give us the clouds that don't change after 25 hours and stay at the same rate with parallax, all staying equal speed, not speeding up as they get closer to your eye, and like duplicate cloud forms and everything. Just give us a real spinning globe.
So let me ask this question of you guys both. So it seems to me that in these debates, the horizon comes up a lot. Isn't the horizon in an apparent position? Meaning that for anybody to make a claim about the horizon being that it's blocking things, that it's too high, that it's too
bring
low,
that up
why is
earlier?
it this dip angle? Isn't that all?
I brought
Because
that
even
up.
in your refraction example, Brenda, it said that it may appear higher or lower.
Yeah, depending on refraction.
Yeah, but we're still having people make claims about the horizon that the horizon's doing, but really it's an apparent position, right? It can never be nailed down.
Yeah, but we can account for we can adjust for that because we know what refraction is, and you can. It's like if you're.
But you would have to know the refraction. You would have to know all the way there. Meaning, if we're looking 75 miles or 175 like Canada, you would have to travel and take measurements the entire way.
Yep.
You can guess.
No, you can't.
I guess.
Yeah.
So then you'd have an approximation,
Yeah.
not an actual precise measurement.
Well, so, yeah. You'd make an approximation. So if the butcher puts his thumb on the scale, if I know how much, or better, if I know that a scale is always a quarter of a pound off, and I put something on there to weigh this to if I stand on it, I just subtract that quarter of a pound. That's all, and then I have the real weight.
Well, do you think it's important to establish just between the two communities, like establishing what are we looking at? Is it an apparent horizon? Is it an actual horizon? Because like the claims from like Aristophanes and them, Aristotle, watching the ship go over the horizon back then, they claimed that was like physical, no refraction or anything. It was a geometric curve to the earth.
They didn't know about refraction, as far as I understand.
Yeah, but they based their fucking theoretical sphere off of it. It's because they didn't know about it don't mean it wasn't there. It's like that goddamn Van Halen belt. The guy says, oh, well, we went through it. They hadn't discovered it yet. Oh, hey, look, there's Ironton Auditor. What's going on, brother? Yeah, I mean, it's because you didn't know about it don't mean it wasn't there. The fuck? Right? So they based this whole thing off of that. And don't stop talking about that stupid Greek guy. It doesn't prove anything one way or the other, man.
They didn't know about it.
Right, but they went around making that claim that the boats going over was evidence of the globe.
Yeah.
And
But
they
it wasn't.
calculated using a non-refraction and somehow still got kind of accurate to the globe numbers of today.
Yeah, I think that they probably added that 6/5 after, and then that's what's so weird about it, because they say Aristophanes came within a degree, which is really.
Well, the
very
thing
difficult.
is if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't have a horizon.
What would we have?
It would just go all to gray.
What would happen? To
What?
the ground when it ended a hard line?
It wouldn't have a horizon. We just witnessed a fucking horizon in that warehouse. And it certainly wasn't a ball. The word horizon, horizontal, level, flat, this way, back and forth, level, horizon, horizontal.
No, it could never end in a hard line. It would always be gray.
Why would the ground that's right in front of you and closer to your
Not
eye
in front of
and
you,
able to
but
send the visual
no, the
data, why
distance-
would that lose out to gray?
Well, misty or bluish gray or whatever,
Kind of like what we
because
see.
You mean
because
like
there
it
would
does
be
now?
so much air in between you and the distant objects.
That's another thing you said earlier. You said something about
Oh,
perspective doesn't make things disappear, but it does. There's flies out in the street right now that you can't see because they're too far away, and they have
Well,
reduced
you
their
could
size
see
to
it.
zero. Well, not with your
You
eyes.
could see them if you had a strong enough microscope, binoculars or telescope.
Sure, until they got far away from you, and then there's too much atmosphere in between you and them. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be the atmosphere being in your way, not perspective. Perspective just means things
Ah.
get small, right?
Uh,
It can't block things.
But you're also, it's not just when we're looking out in the real world, we're not just looking using perspective alone. There are the variables of what is
Thank
in
you.
the atmosphere and what
Thank you.
visual effects are going on.
There are several factors involved, and they're never all the same. Isn't that fucking weird?
That's true. Yes.
So it's
There's
a compounding of multiple variables.
right. There's dust and there's haze. There's moisture in the air.
So on an atmosphereless flat Earth, you probably
Yes.
would get like a gray boundary in the middle.
On-
Because of these other effects, they cause us to see or resolve.
No.
Yeah, if you've ever
How-
stood in the middle of grass, like in a
No.
big field, and it's a
No.
foggy day, you
No.
would see a circle around you. It would look like you were
Yeah.
in a circle,
Yeah.
right? But that would be a hard line, but it would
Yeah,
be
that would be the fog obstructing your vision, wouldn't it?
correct.
Not perspective.
No, that's what I was pointing out.
But
Right.
the fog would simulate debris in the air, things that obstruct your.
No, I
your-
agree with you
prevent
that
you from seeing
fog, dust, water vapor in the air means that we can't see an unlimited distance on the Earth. I don't dispute that.
Well, and
Hey,
so
we're
like
making-
what I
we're
was
making
wondering
steps.
then, what's that?
So we're taking positive steps. I mean, I think the point of this was to kind of have some of these conversations. Let's get to a point where we can agree on some things and then move from there, because it seems like 9 years of not agreeing on anything, which is
And you want to be able to be understanding both sides can say
Yes.
things. We should listen to what everyone is saying, what the claims are, what can we test, what can we show. Are there any on the globe side? Are there any transforms going on? What equations? What are we factoring in? Because like Brenda, you had said that you can treat a plane flying as though it's completely stationary and that the Earth isn't moving and that it's flat because it's simple.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
simpler.
those are NASA documents, and they do say that they consider the Earth flat in those documents. That's true.
And
They
but
do
those
that- they
documents
do
have
that to
very
make-
complicated math in them too.
Well, they do that to make everything simpler. It's complicated, but it's still simpler than it would be if.
But see, it might be simple, Brenda, but it's not going to stop a rookie pilot for not compensating for the curvature of the Earth and just flying right out into space and hitting the fucking ISS or something, man. Come on, think.
If you took all the other things into account.
Just
I
sail
would
right out
think
there.
NASA, if you're working for NASA, you're like bring on
Just
the
gotta sail
complicated
right out.
math and on knocking out the park.
Engineers do not think that way. Engineers, they want the simplest possible solution.
No, they don't.
Well,
Listen,
that's a smart
fuck
way
you.
to-
I've worked with engineers, and half the motherfuckers, half the time they complicate the most simple of things. It's amazing. I've never seen that. And that's because they never spent a fucking day of their life out on the shop floor. That's why. Whereas me, I worked out on the shop floor and then I moved up into engineering. I was doing junior design and doing the layouts for automation, right? And I would see these book smart motherfuckers come in there and come up with some of the dumbest shit. And I'd say, well, why don't you just do this? Oh, hey, yeah, that'd be a lot less parts. Well, yeah, like, 150 less parts. What the hell are you talking about? Man, it blew my mind sometimes.
Approach it.
That's not
Good
engineers do not want the complicated solution. That doesn't make any sense. If you can get good, of course you want accuracy, right?
Yes.
You want to make sure that I-beam can support the
What kind of engineering are you talking about, man?
Up above
You're
it.
talking about architecture.
But now, if you have if you can assume a flat stationary Earth, which the stationary part checks out with relativity, but like now you also so now you just, by admitting that there's no motion, you forfeit Coriolis. There can't be a Coriolis effect if everything is appearing like the same inertial reference frame.
But we observe Coriolis, so there must be motion.
Well, the guy who shot.
We observe Coriolis of what? Are you talking about drift due to bullet twist? What happens if I give you a heckler cock with a right hand fucking rifling twist? Ho, 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 ho! The Earth suddenly started spinning the other way? What? And that's negligible because it's a stupid argument. It really is. But okay.
What was it, Jaron? 4 miles?
Mhm.
4.5 miles of the target almost didn't account for Coriolis at all.
It's literally in the military manuals.
Well, you can write something in a book that doesn't make it true. They're
Well,
writing a book that the Earth is a globe. And that
You know something I found out about military manuals? I'm going to tell you this right off the bat. Once you get out of training and you get to your duty station or what, and actually practicing your military occupational specialty, they'll tell you, say all that shit you learned, fucking shit can this, shit can that, and shit can this. Okay? And this is how the real deal goes, man. Listen, I'm telling you, I experienced it. I know better. All right? This crap. You ain't never spent a day in the damn Boy Scouts, Brenda. You don't know what the fuck you're even talking about. Stop.
doesn't empirically stack up.
Well, what happened when the UK went to war in the Falkland Islands?
No, that's a fake story. You can look it up.
Huh?
You can look it up. I'll give you the link to it. It's been proven to be a fake story that Neil deGrasse Tyson just likes to tell for some reason. But
can I get that too, Jaron?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he tells a story about cannonballs being launched and that they kept missing, and people laugh at it and they say that would never happen because as soon as you launched a cannonball and it missed to the right, your aimer would tell you to move to the left. They wouldn't bring out the calculator and start doing math and stuff.
Well, and that
Like the football, like the thing he claimed that the football goal, the field goal was because of that small movement of the rotation of the earth while the ball was in the air, that football was able to just squeak inside of those. Shut up. God, these people come up with some of the most nonsense things. I think they spend a lot of time watching cartoons and thinking that those physics are possible. I really do.
What they do in the military is
I'm just telling you what these story. I'll show you the story.
They don't eyeball it anymore.
Well, but if you aimed a cannonball and you missed the boat to the right, you wouldn't just go hit again, miss to the right. I'm going to do it again.
Cannonball. It wasn't cannonballs. These are this is like shells from a
yes. And what's the
like
story?
a mortar.
Yes, from a large cannon.
Do those cannons have a rifling in the barrel, Brenda? Huh? There's some other shit that's got to be taken into account too. You have to elevate for distance. You got to figure in windage. That's why you got to know what the wind's doing downrange, not just where you're at, because you could have a wind blowing right in one direction right there where you're at, but down at the distant target, it's going another direction or not even going at all. So there's a lot of factors involved with that. These people, these globers, need to shut up until they've spent as many hours behind a rifle as I have. Okay? I don't want to hear any more about their guns and their Coriolis effect nonsense. Okay? They don't know what they're talking about.
In a modern military ship, right?
But if you miss to the right, all you have to do is say, okay, now we turn a little bit to the left and we'll hit further to the left. Like you can adjust on site and based off of the last result.
That's not what they do in the military. They have people that calculate where they should aim.
Right, but the story is that they started missing, and then the story is that they then remembered that they're in the southern hemisphere, and they reach it, and they did the math again, and then they fix. Well, yeah, but people are saying that's
they don't do that. They do that. Even when they call in long range artillery, right? You got spotters that are on a radio that'll say correct adjustment to such and such degrees in such and such a direction, elevate for this, fire for effect. Okay. When you hear that in those movies, they say fire for effect. Okay. Send one down here so I can see where the fuck it's hitting. That's what they're doing. All right. And then the spotter, the observer, can make corrections. Now, on a ship, if they can see the target and they're seeing where the round is hitting, they can make the corrections there. They don't have to go, oh, because the arrow's spinner and this, that, and the other. No, you don't. I hit this far to the right. I need to compensate that much to the left. It's no figuring in. You sit down and calculate Coriolis bullshit, you're going to get blowed up and dead. That's all, man. While you're busy tapping on your calculator, there's another motherfucker tapping on buttons that are going to send shells your way. So you better get out the stick and just do it right.
I would like to know more about that, but it doesn't matter because Coriolis is a real effect. That's why we have hurricanes and cyclones.
Yeah, but if that's the sky moving, it would do the same
fly
thing.
like the Earth is stationary then?
I'm sorry, what?
So planes cannot fly like the Earth is stationary then because they're subject to Coriolis.
So this
Coriolis
is
a very small force.
I am the great Coriolis.
Have motors and engines in them. They're right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you this link.
It's a very small effect on the motion of the plane.
That's one link, but I do have more.
But it's a large effect on a bullet over the course of a couple miles. Shut the fuck up.
What is that? Skeptic Stack Exchange or something? But they basically are just saying that no, it's a story of, and it's not even like written anywhere. There's nobody who has it. What's going on here? What's this thing? I hate my new. I've got Windows 11 now. It's a nightmare. God bless it.
Yeah.
Okay, there. But let me see if that's the right one or if I need the one. What did I do with it? I'm gonna do it here. Let me show people just real quick. Yeah, and he says a lot of things that are a little bit iffy. The whole thing about the Earth being as smooth as a cue ball is completely wrong. They're not understanding.
I know.
Huh?
Yes, I know. I know that one. I know that I looked it up and it was correct.
It was correct that it would be as
no.
Gotcha.
The criticism is correct.
Yes, because the equivalent of if
the
you
Earth would not be smoother than a cue ball.
No, because they are taking the amount that you're able to be off, and they're like assigning it to the whole thing, which would mean that if we had a sandpaper ball, it would also be smoother than the Earth, which is insane. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Right? It's just sandpaper has the nooks and crannies are within the allowable discrepancy for a cue ball. So they take that and they're assigning it like, oh, well, that's shorter than the highest mountain and the lowest trench in the ocean. So therefore it's smoother than a cue ball, but it's not. There would be bumps all over it. Cue ball wouldn't have bumps like that. So
that Neil coin is way too funny. Just you straight up double it. Like
funny.
He just outrageously calls for that. When we got people suffering on the ground, put up homeless spikes. Are you kidding me?
So it says here, the physics explanation is correct. The correction due to Coriolis force is opposite on southern hemisphere. The incident is described also in this physics textbook. By direct calculation, Coriolis force is approximately 100 meters, blah, blah, blah. But did this actually happen during the Falkland Islands? And the answer they come up with is no. There's no. It's not written anywhere. It's like a story that's being told, but it's not.
Sure. I took a look at that. I will admit with you, that it sure seems to be very good evidence that that was an urban legend.
Right. Which is, I mean, again, the physics. If they said the physics is right, I'm just saying that
Doesn't mean that Coriolis isn't real.
Nope.
It absolutely.
What's it mean though? It means you gotta lie to glurf, man. You gotta lie to be a baltard, right? If you've never even thought about the very basic physical impossibilities of a globular Earth and fucking space, then I don't know what to tell you, man. You got some problems happening.
Is.
No, it just means Neil deGrasse Tyson needs to cállate la
Yeah,
boca.
he likes being in the limelight.
Do you know he tells a story that he was there at 9/11. He saw everything starting to happen, so he went and grabbed his video camera and he saw the second plane crash into the building. He filmed it.
Yeah, didn't he say he lived like 4 blocks away or something?
Yeah, he says he filmed it. He filmed people jumping off the building, but nobody's ever seen that video. He claims he has.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I want to think he's telling the truth.
He's an actor, man. He's a fucking actor for the man. How he got that gig, maybe because he's not really that good of an actor, but I know he had he was in a McDonald's commercial for Egg McMuffins or some shit like that once, and he's got an IMDb page, and it's not for his appearances on shows where, you know, they ask him about. No, man, he's an actor, so know what you're dealing with, guys.
I would like to see the video though.
Who knows?
I would like to see it as well.
It'd be weird
Well,
if you took.
I don't know why flat earthers focus on personalities. Things aren't true because of some personality.
I didn't focus on the personality. I focused on, if I told you that I had a video footage of that day, I was there 4 blocks away and I filmed people jumping off. I mean, you would probably want to see that video. You'd be like, "Oh, can we see it?" And if I just said, "No, I'm going to keep it to myself," that's a little weird.
Yeah, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Though.
Didn't say that.
It doesn't mean it.
All right, and one thing I would tell flat earthers too, to
If
continue.
anything, it points to it didn't happen, right? Because why? Is that a secret? Why? See, people make boastful claims and then say, "Oh, I don't know. Never mind. I don't have to."
Doing, because I think it's one of the most obvious things that I've noticed is that never strawman the globe, because the globe proponents constantly strawman the flat earth. I mean, I was watching Toon's video today, the beginning of it.
Have a model.
No, but he puts the pizza disc in space. I mean, they just love to do this because they have to make it look. We don't do that with the globe. We don't make a pretend globe and put it in a pretend place and say, like, look how funny this is, because we can just make fun of your real beliefs. But you guys you assign us beliefs. You say we believe in the pizza space. You believe in the disc in space. We don't believe in any of that.
Right.
Well, what do you believe in
Shit.
then?
That the earth is all there is. That's it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I believe that.
Well, you believe
What
that
about
there's
Mars?
Yes, I know, but of course you don't believe that there are no stars.
Well, I don't believe that the stars are suns.
They're not
No.
terra firma, things you can land on.
You think?
Yeah, it's not like the stars aren't there. We see them. That's evident. Do I believe they're what they tell me? No, not for a fucking minute. Because you know why? Because I'm not a child's mind. I don't have a child's mind. I have rational, logical thinking. And I know that that's an impossibility, not only for it to be that, but how the fuck would you know how far away they are and how big and what they are and all this other dumb shit? Come
Think
on.
Mars is?
No.
Why not?
It's a red light in the sky, man. That's what it is. And it doesn't stay in a fixed position like the other lights in the sky. There you go.
Light.
It's not just a light.
Yeah, apparently it
Just
is.
The Earth is the only place life can be.
Mars isn't a light.
What is it?
You can see it.
So what?
Yeah, you see the light in the sky.
No, you can see the features
No, you don't see any features.
from
In
Earth.
You don't
an
see any
artist's
fucking feature.
interpretation of the
Shut up.
data.
No, in a telescope.
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
with it, and
No, you
just a
don't.
telescope.
Ooh, would you be able to show me this?
Jesus Christ. It shouldn't be hard.
Savior.
So you say, talking to Pitch Lumen.
I don't understand because yeah, it's not
He's
just
king.
people have known about it for a long time. They used to They used to think they saw canals on Mars, and that was an illusion because they didn't have good resolution. But we've got really good telescopes.
So, we have resolution telescopes of Mars. Like we can
We
see
have-
from the Earth, or is
we
this
have
from
better-
the Mars rover?
We have better telescopes than we did back in the time when people thought there were canals on Mars. Do you think the moon is a rock?
I don't know what the moon is.
Yeah, I would
Maybe
say
a
if you
flat
ask,
moon, maybe I mean, it could be
It has
some
mountains. It has mountains and valleys and shadows.
It might
Yeah, I'd say
appear
that's
that it
probably the
does,
globe's
but I
biggest
don't know that it actually
to
does.
answer your question that you asked Pitch earlier.
You
Is
know,
it- for me
Yeah,
at least,
that-
the globe is like, I mean, the moon is one
Thomas's English muffins got fucking nooks and crannies. So is those mountains and craters? No, it's a fucking English muffin. All right.
where the mountains are weird. They certainly seem like they're shadowed or that they're
there are
some sort of-
features, what looks like features.
So I would
Well,
agree
what do you
that's
think
the-
they are if they're not mountains and valleys?
I don't know.
I think it just has to do with the charge of the moon. It's how, like, as it's charging up, when the moon is fully charged, there's no room for darkness, but when it's discharging or charging,
Where's it getting the charge from?
The sun.
it's its own light source.
No, but where's the charge coming? You said it charges up. Where's it getting the electricity from?
Probably from the
It's-
fucking
that's-
sun.
it's- It was
Hold
built-
on, wait a second. Probably from the positive charge of the sun. I mean, isn't that where we get our solar power from, Brenda? Huh? I notice nobody's out there with lunar panels charging anything up. Are they? No, nobody's ever charging anything up with a lunar panel, but they do with solar panels, and somehow are getting electricity and power from the sun. So I don't know. I don't know where the moon might be getting its energy from.
built to have a lunar cycle, so it follows its programming.
It has programming?
The lights are set for signs and seasons.
What lights? What are you
The
talking
lights in the sky, the sun and the moon and the stars.
No, but the moon is illuminated by the sun.
In
Prove
the
it.
globe model, that would be
Hold on a
astrology.
minute. Hold on. That's a claim. Prove that the moon is illuminated by the sun. Okay, that's a claim.
Biblical Earth does not claim that the moon is reflecting sunlight.
I don't care what the Bible says.
At least
It's
my version
obvious-
does.
It's obvious that the moon reflects the light of the sun.
No, it's not obvious. How does a gray, dusty ball reflect fucking light? And if that's true, we know that the Earth, with being 71% water, is highly reflective, right? So that would mean that there would be even brighter Earth shine onto the moon than there is moonshine onto the Earth. How come we don't see that, man? What are you talking about? So I don't know, man. You claim that the moon is lit up by the sun. Prove that dumb shit, man.
Right? How do you explain the phases of the moon?
That it's a building up. The moon is accruing charge as it goes throughout the month.
I don't understand how that. I don't.
Maybe the way it moves
let
through
me
the
let me
field.
be clear. I can't think of a physical explanation that makes sense to me to make sense of what you're saying.
Well, I mean, if you
Well,
believe what we
you're
do, that-
considering supernatural heavenly things, so there could be some extra. I mean, that's why the sky is something I don't consider primary, for the reason that it's trying to interpret things we don't have ready access to.
Well, it's easy to explain things.
It's little Moon Shadow's birthday today. She's 2. Can you say hi to the people? Let me move this camera so we can see you down here. Can we see you? No? Kinda. You're kind of visible. Kinda. She's camera shy. I don't know about her. But yeah, she's 2 now today. And there's Fabio back there drinking up gallons of water while I'm trying to stream. They love it. They love doing that. Darth Tater said happy birthday to you, Moon. She's already off in the other room.
is when you can just say it's magic.
Oh, it's easy to
Oh,
explain
I
things
bet
if
you
you're
can
the only one
ponder.
who goes to space too.
Yeah. So
Yeah, good point.
so the moon is obviously not a light.
It's glowing.
No, it's not.
It obviously is, because if we were to work the inverse square law of light backward to the moon, there's no way that's reflective sunlight off of a rock. Okay, I can read a fucking newspaper under a full moon. You know, it's like a surreal daylight outside. Okay, that's a lot of light for a reflection. And then you see, and here's another problem too, because when we see it above the clouds, we see that the moon only illuminates a small area, not all the clouds, just a small area. Okay, so if it was far away and reflecting the light from the sun, it would illuminate all the clouds, not just the ones directly under it. So that's another telltale thing. Oh, look at this CGI touch up shit picture of the fucking, this is supposed to be Mars over here. Come on.
Because
Looks like
So what do
it's
you,
glowing.
what do you think about what do you
if
think?
it were, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what do you think about the inverse square law of light and how bright we see the moon from here versus how bright it would have to be when the astronauts were there, and then we see video of them and it's not bright at all? How did that happen?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
if you take the inverse square law says that for every half the distance you 4 times the brightness, right? So if we have 200 and what is it, 240,000 miles, so if you went to 120, then all of a sudden, let's say it doesn't really matter if you take a factor of it, but let's say it's 10 lumens at 240,000 miles, and then at 120 it would be 40 lumens, right? And at 60K it would be whatever that is, 160, and then at 30K it would be times 4 of 160. I get to do the math here, because when you get to the actual moon, you're gonna have
640.
what do you have here? So 640, and then we're gonna do 640 times 4. Get here, because we can act, and we'll stop them 1,000 miles from the moon, so that we're seeing the entire thing. So people will always say, "Oh, you're not looking at the surface area." So then we go to 15K, and we would be at times 4 equals. So it'd be 2560, and then we'd have 7,500. Then we'd have 32.
It's going to keep getting brighter. It's going to keep going. I've got a good video that shows that using an overhead projector, and he projects with this thing at 1 meter away from the board. He projects there's a square, right? So he draws a marker around that square. Then he moves it back 2 meters, right? And then it's a bigger square, right? But it's not quite as bright. And you see how many times it keeps spreading out, and it will fade as you get bigger and bigger, because there's an attenuation to the light. As it spreads out, it fades, okay? And it gets dimmer and dimmer the further away from it you get. So this is another thing about Mars. I mean, look this is the picture they're giving me of Mars, all right? I look up at Mars in the night sky and I see a bright twinkly light like a star. Okay. Mars is like twice as far from the sun as the Earth is. I think even more. Right? According to their measurements, however the fuck they measured that. But this thing is twice as far away from the sun, but it's reflecting light strong enough and then back to me. Bright enough that it looks like a twinkly fucking star in the night sky. But then you mean to tell me when I look at it with a telescope, this right here is what I'm going to see? Huh. How did it transform into that? From a twinkly fucking light into that? How did that happen? I'd be interested to know.
50 or no, that's not right. 3750, and then that would be equals. And we have 10,240, and then we've got equals 40,960, and then that's it. What 3750? So 3750 divided by 2 equals so 1875. So we'll just do one more time to get. We'll be able to see the whole moon if we were 937 miles away, right? So then we've got 1875. I'm sorry, what is that? 4960. 4960. 4960 times 4 equals. So we got 163,840. Oops. And then we've got one last time times 4 equals 655,360. So then we're going to divide that by our original 10 to get the factor, and we get 65,000. So it means that the moon, for somebody standing on it or somebody looking at it from 1,000 miles away, would be 65,536 times as bright as it is from Earth. Certainly doesn't seem like that is the case. You would blind yourself. Think how
And especially, I didn't see any indication of that kind of fucking light reflection coming off the moon when they sent the good old Apollo guys up there, right? We didn't see that. So what's up? What's up, y'all?
bright the moon is when you look up in the sky. It would be 65,000 times that if you were 1,000 miles away. Now, if we even kept reducing that, take that 937 down to 500 miles, down to 250, down to 170, you would, on the moon itself, it would be millions or billions of times as bright.
Fucking
Doesn't
burn
seem
your
like it
retina
works.
out, man.
Well, and then you usually get people, yeah, but it's a reflected light. It's the same thing. Inverse square law works whether it's a light source or whether it's reflected light. It's whatever light is coming from that item obeys the inverse square law. So I've always found that very strange about the moon. So yeah, I mean, I think the moon is weird. I think that, but I think it could be a lot of things. So just to say, you say it absolutely is this, or it's obviously this. I think you get into some issues when you start.
Yeah, I don't know if it can be a
answer.
certainty. I mean, it could be a certainty if like we actually went to the moon and got driftwood. I
Yes.
mean, moon rocks. Like if we actually did get some of them and bring them back and things, that would be like a concrete evidence showing. But I mean, there was like an article about how
Buzz Aldrin went over to Amsterdam and said, "Here's some moon rocks. Give me the hookers and the weed."
they gave out driftwood.
Petrified.
And there was like a woman who got.
That's another thing. I think over the course of the years, Buzz Aldrin has sold probably $500 worth of different silver dollars that he said he took up there on the moon with him on the moon missions and shit. I mean, what'd you do? Go up there with about 80 pounds of fucking silver dollars in your pockets, or what?
Like detained at a restaurant for having, supposedly having a piece of moon rock and everything. And so like these things they're like, those are like kind of some of the questionable things from space agencies that I think flat earthers, people who will point out the earth could be flat, those are the types of things. There's a lot of those types of, like, just how the globe can explain little things about like this force over a mountain or something. That NASA has those little blunders all over the place.
Right. So when you're getting closer to the moon, you aren't getting closer to the source of the light. You're getting closer to the moon. The source of the light is the sun.
Yeah, but you look into it. It's a reflected light is the same thing. Nobody's saying that there's no inverse square law for reflected light. But that's what you're saying. You're saying that it would only be the light source. But the fact is that any light coming off anything obeys the inverse square law. Even if it's a reflected light off of a big dusty ball, it would still reduce.
Yeah, it's still got to,
for every half.
Doesn't matter if it's a reflected light or if it's a generated light or if it's a fire. I mean, lumens is lumens is lumens is lumens, man. Come on.
Yeah.
It would get brighter as you go towards it.
The moon only reflects part of the light it gets from the sun. A lot of it is scattered.
So do you see that, like, when we're saying these things and you have an answer, does it make sense when I say that I think there's a problem with going to the person that we're saying is lying to us and looking for the answer? It is literally the equivalent of us seeing somebody rob a bank and us yelling at Brenda, that guy robbed a bank, and you going up to that guy and saying, "Did you rob that bank?" And he being like, "No." And then you yell at us and say, "You stupid idiots, he didn't rob that bank." That's what you're doing. We're telling you that NASA's lying to us. And then you're like, "No, but NASA says this."
You have to prove that they're lying. You have to prove that he robbed the bank. You're
somebody's lying?
You're begging the question because you're assuming that you already know that he robbed the bank and you don't know that.
Can NASA go to the moon right now?
No, we don't have the rockets for it right now.
Why not?
That would help their cause of not being fraudulent.
But the point is,
wait a second, man. Why don't they got the rockets for it? I thought they had this Artemis and shit, whatever that thing is. That great big old one, it takes twice as long to get to the moon and back as it did in 1969. You know that one. Come on. It's made of high visibility material. I don't know if it's even a physical object, tell you all the truth. I don't know what the fucking moon is. In fact, a lot of scientists agree that by all observations, it shouldn't even fucking be there, you know? But there it is. So what is it? I mean, we had a guy, a lot of people like to play that guy from 1965, and that was 58 years ago, saying that the moon was plasma. He might be right. I don't fucking know. But is it a dusty rock in space that people can go and land on? No, I don't believe. What if it's a projection and what you're seeing is only a projection of something that's only about as big as a fucking bocce ball or something? You know, I got to be careful with what you see, making assumptions. I'm sure you've all seen the one with the, what is it, 4 or 5 different choices of which one of these is a sphere. And only one of them was, but I showed it on here on Jesse's interview the other night on Missing Link. And the other day I showed that, and I had the audience. A lot of people picked number 2, which was the flat one. I said, y'all pick right here. And I numbered them from the right to the left because that's the order they go in when they pick them up. I said, if y'all think this one over here on the right is the ball, do a 1. If you think this one is the ball, put 2. And the majority of the people put in 2. And of course, everybody's seen that thing. The second one turns out to be actually flat. It's just a picture on a piece of paper. So yeah, it's you can't just go by that. Don't start telling me you sent probes, because then we're going to have to get into the argument of how did you get through the container. You always want to say, prove your firmament. What's your proof of a firmament? Okay, my proof of a firmament is that we have air pressure. You know, can you see it, touch it? No, I've never been to the extremities of the known world, and I've not been all the way up into the sky. Well, how do you know it exists? Because if we didn't have enclosure, we wouldn't have air. It's that simple. That simple. Well, how come I can't see it? I don't know, man. Perhaps it's transparent. I don't know. Maybe the fucking thing's made out of steel and just the sky we see is just projected on it. I don't know. You ever been in a planetarium? I don't know. So, you know, come on, y'all. Projected from where? I don't know. Where do they project shit in the planetarium? Where's that come from? Oh, right there in the center, which would be just like the North Pole. How about that shit? So it's food for thought. Am I claiming that's what it is? No. These are just possibilities. And it's way better possibilities than fucking magical balls of gas forming in a void for no reason against the behavior of gas. When does gas form? Gas doesn't have shapes, man. Come on.
In Jaron's example, he presupposes that he already knows that the guy is a robber. And you don't know that. You can't assume,
well,
as true the proposition you're trying to prove.
But if we are trying to say whether
if you want to prove that NASA is lying to you, you have to prove that they're lying to you.
Okay, but let's say I don't know. Let's say I don't know whether the guy stole the.
But if we've count them countless numbers of times, caught them, wouldn't that be, you know, pause to really consider the source that we're dealing with here? I mean, as somebody who's already engaged in massive fraud, provable, you know, and then we're just supposed to go, okay, well, I know they lie all the time, but they're not lying this time, right? Okay.
Rob the bank or not. The last thing you should do is go ask that guy. That's the last thing. I think
that would be evidence. That would be evidence that he didn't.
And plus, NASA is saying they could go to the moon, but they also say they can't go to the moon.
No, well, they have plans to go there.
They said they went.
Yeah.
Well, Pan Am was selling.
And of course, this is before the postponement recently of the Artemis missions.
Flights in 1972, so plans don't really get you very far sometimes.
I think.
So, I mean, it just seems
we actually went there. We left stuff there, and you can see it.
See what?
The stuff that we left on the moon.
How would I see that?
we've launched
What's the date on that?
craft, and I think the Russians too have launched craft.
Oh,
or was
11,
it the
14.
Chinese.
Yeah, you're talking about the LRO,
They've
but
taken
those are like,
photographs.
Yeah, so this is before they actually told everybody that, well, not only are they going to have to put it down for 2 years, but also the moon is shrinking now, which of course is going to play hell. Now, you know, if the moon shrinks just a little bit, as it already has, do you realize what kind of chaos that's going to create with orbital mechanics of fuck everything? This is it. So with the moon shrinking, it's the end. It is the end. Because just that small little bit even is going to really greatly affect the orbital mechanics. Unless, of course, it's just collapsing in on itself, you know, because they like to tell us that pressure can be the source of its own fucking pressure. God.
They've taken photographs of the original landing site. Yeah.
have you seen those photos?
Yes.
So the
They're-
space agencies are taking photos affirming the concept of outer space and space travel.
It's
The
yeah.
Chinese, I think, or maybe it was the Russians, I don't remember which, put a craft in orbit around the moon to take photographs, and they photographed the original landing sites were used back in the 70s, right? And you know. Yeah, so they took photographs. So that would be evidence that we did in fact go to the moon.
I mean, it's weird to me that you don't see how naive that position is to think that the people that we're saying are lying to us. Then you're like, no, but we have proof they went there and took pictures of where they landed.
You have to prove that they're lying. You haven't done that.
Okay, so proving somebody's lying when they're the only ones who can go to space and they get
How'd they get through the fucking container, Brenda?
$80 million a day and I get 10 cents. There's a
They're
problem.
not.
What?
They're not the only ones that can go to space.
Who can?
Karen, you're getting tax dollars.
China,
10
Russia,
cents a day.
China,
You didn't know that?
Russia, Israel, and India have all been to space.
Yeah, and you don't think governments
India
work
did
together, huh?
supposedly just go.
Yeah.
This summer.
But do you think governments work together?
No.
No, with COVID,
No, they don't work together, but everybody agreed on exactly all the same things for the last 4 years. Right? We can be at war with each other, but we're not going to break that Antarctic treaty, boy. Not at all. We're still going to let you fly over our country's free flight routes, but shh, don't tell anybody. Get the fuck out of here.
didn't have a systematic thing that everybody
Governments,
followed.
What about the Antarctic Treaty? Isn't that government unity?
we could
Been under a one world government with the illusion of international sovereignty since at least the late 40s, if not before. Okay? They've been running a game on you and telling you you live on a globe is not the only fucking big lie they've got you believing, baby.
competed with Russia to get to the moon first.
Yeah, but they have there's two different stories that they tell. They tell the American story, and then do you think that that's what the Russians get told in their school, that we
I
beat
don't
them?
care what they told.
Well, they tell them they take the high road. They say we were the first animal, we were the first person, we were the first woman, we were the first orbit, we were the first craft to land on the moon. So they tell a whole different story. Then they say the
Yeah, but
Americans.
those are true though.
Okay, but then they say
Yeah,
the
but
Americans were
each
so
side
stupid.
has their heroic feat, and then
Right.
each side has their opposition
Yeah,
that was
so
their
what?
competitor that
So
they
it's
were
a
better
great,
than.
it's a great
Doesn't mean
story.
anything
Pumps up
about
the
going to the
nation.
moon, or it doesn't have anything to do. Yes, the Russians were the first to put, what was it, a dog in the up in
They were the
space.
first to do everything, but it's funny that they were the first to do everything, and then we
They
went to the
weren't
moon.
the first to get to the moon.
Yeah, they were. They landed a craft on
No,
there
they
first.
weren't.
Supposedly.
America
They
just
landed
pulled that
and
one out
crashed.
and
They
went there.
crashed. They crashed a craft on the moon. Yes.
Right. So to me, it just seems like it's such a likely story that you get both countries get
Yeah.
to tell a different story to their people that promotes
It's not
national
different.
pride and kind of looks down on the other one, because they tell in Russia that we wasted money. They said Russians knew there's nothing on the moon. There's no reason to go there. The stupid Americans spent all their money, went there and planted a flag, and it was for nothing. That's
It's
what
not
they
a
tell.
different
It didn't
story. I'm
force it
telling
into
the
the
same
narrative.
story. I'm telling the same story. Yes, they were the first to put an object in orbit. That was Sputnik. They were first
Right.
to put.
But do we
Those are
tell
all
our
great.
people that it was a waste of time and a waste of money, or do we pretend like we were some great people because we went to the moon?
That we did the greatest thing ever.
It is something great.
If we
See, and that's the biggest thing too, is this is what the American people don't realize. They're so fucking brainwashed that they really think that they're exceptional. They really do. Most Americans think that they're exceptional to everyone else in the world. They really think they're special. They think they live in the greatest place in the world. This place ain't much better than a third world fucking country, man. Let's get real. This place is a shithole. You believe in your own fucking propaganda, you're going to make it better.
We went there. I'll
At
agree
the
with you.
time.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you if we went there, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's.
Well, you just keep presupposing that we didn't, and you don't know that.
Well,
Well, if we did, but it's like, why would a space agency who's like, yeah, we'll take all of this funding that you give us and use it to go to the moon? Why would they then say, oh, by the way, we weren't actually going to the moon with your money. We were developing Tang. I don't know, something.
Velcro.
Smart dust, active denial systems, different ways to fucking kill you with frequencies and shit. Yeah. I ain't gonna tell you that, son.
That like growing cucumbers out of
NASA is one of the smallest. NASA is one of the smallest agencies in the U.S. government.
Okay, so what
That's why
Tuesday's gonna be fun. I hope y'all show up for that. That should be really, really good. I'm looking forward to it. I really am.
you gotta
double
make
it.
if they get $80 million a day. Brenda,
Yeah,
imagine
it's-
you gave me imagine you gave me
It's
$80
the
million
smallest.
one time. What would you expect from me for $80 million?
NASA is the smallest, least funded agency in the entire U.S. government.
That's not true.
I bet.
smallest,
yes, it is.
least
One
funded.
of the smallest.
That's
It's
the least
one of
funded
the
is $80
smallest.
million a day out of all of our agencies.
Yes.
Oh wow.
They get
Yes.
like what, a half a penny on the dollar for tax dollars,
it's
but
half a
aren't
percent.
there like hundreds of agencies? So they're all competing for like if there are 500 agencies, each one equally would get half a cent, and if NASA's
Well, they
getting-
don't get funded equally.
no, NASA gets a lot more than some, and some
No,
might
they
probably
don't.
get a little
They're
more than
small.
NASA.
They're
If-
tiny.
But listen what he's saying. If
black
half
budget.
a percent
Well, listen, this is the thing too. Texas, welcome. Good to see you, buddy. Here's the thing too, you got the right wording. True science. Okay, not scientism, not philosophy, not conjecture and fantasy. Okay, but real, actual, demonstrable science. Okay, and this is the it's TOO, Angela. I understand that you're a Canadian, but we use the King's English. No, I'm just fucking with you, Angela. But yeah, Brenda gets a cut. No, the thing is that these agencies, they're spending this money on shit to kill you. Okay. Where do you think the money for them fucking chemtrails everybody bitches about comes from? Huh? You don't think that they got their hand in that shit too? Most of those planes doing that shit, a lot of them are drones anyways, man.
if half a percent
Come on.
is the least, then it means everybody else is fighting for all those other higher percents.
I bet you that the funding for military marching bands is bigger than that for NASA.
The military marching band needs $80 million a day.
I bet they do. Well, I don't know.
I don't think about that.
I wouldn't-
$1 billion in
Yeah.
a year.
I don't know about
If
that.
you want to waste money, if you want wasted money, look to the military, not to NASA.
They
Well,
do a good job of
You
that.
say that though,
NASA is fucking military.
but again, also, have this country been attacked?
Yes, we have been.
When? Oh no, box cutters.
9/11.
Oh boy, yeah, you're right.
Oh, what about the Black Tom? Huh? What about the Black Tom explosion, Brenda? You missed that one. We ain't talking about the time George Bush attacked us.
Found those passports. Thank goodness.
Absolutely.
All right, let's
America does it elsewhere.
let's head out, guys. It's been fun. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hanging with us for a little extra. We
All
are
right,
heading out.
all right.
I don't
No,
know-
it's fine. It's no hard feelings on over here.
No.
Just
It's fun.
I
little
just think we
banter.
could have $0 going towards military and then spend it on the people. Give
All
people hammers instead of weapons and build instead of destroy.
I would prefer to have a military because there's people out there that want to do bad things to the United States.
I wonder why.
You mean like your military, right? You see what's going on like in Texas, right? Come on. Police are the military too. They're a standing army on American soil. They dress up for combat with you every day. They dress up for combat with you every day.
Do you think that it's possible that these people don't want to do bad things in the United States and it's just a story that's told? Meaning that if you want...
Yeah, do you really think that Ahmed sitting over there in his fucking house doing whatever it is he does, you know, that he gives a flying shit about America other than what he's... I mean, we're fucking clearly insane. I can only imagine. I put myself in a third place observer of America and I go, holy fucking God. Wow. What a place, right? But let's see. What would there be reason to wish for or to commit any harm against America? What would be the cause, do you reckon? Do you reckon it's because of just, you know, you guys at home there that go to work and do your thing and live your life? Do you think that Ahmed cares anything about that part? No, not a bit. There might be a little bit of animosity towards the United States due to the actions of our government and our military all over the world. When we do some reprehensible shit. And then let's imagine you're Ahmed and you've seen your village destroyed, your family and friends murdered and maimed. And you see the emblem that's on the machinery and the people that did this horrific thing to you. And you find out that the guy that did it was only doing it so he could get a college education. Right? And some misguided sense of patriotism. And what's worse is these idiot Americans at home that are just dumber than a box of fucking hammers, sitting there eating their Doritos and drinking their fucking Mountain Dew and going, yeah, I support my troops. And they're seeing you as you support that shit. You support coming over here and killing my family and shit so you can steal our fucking resources? Are you kidding? You people are insane. Now, that would be the way I would look at it. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm looking at it from Ahmed's shoes, man. I'm standing in his sandals and I'm looking back and I'm going, oh, yeah, great place you got going on there, America. How about that shit? You got to think, man. The only reason, if indeed it's true that there's other hostile nations toward us, it's not toward you, it's toward your government. And there's your problem. And your military that's controlled by your government that does the raping and pillaging of resources in all these different countries. And then you make, to add insult to injury, find out 9 out of 10 times it was at the behest of the banks and or Israel. That's really got to chap your ass, right? I mean, come on, you got to learn to walk in the other guy's shoes.
Want more tax money. Like, let's say that there wasn't any threats anymore. People would start clamoring and saying we shouldn't pay so much taxes. There's no more threats. So wouldn't the government create threats? Wouldn't they give the appearance of threats so that they can keep the money coming in?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think wrong. I don't have this opposition to the government that you have.
Wow.
I think it does a lot of good things.
What? Mind control does a lot of good things. Like what? Get you into war, steal your goods, make it impossible for you to actually own property, declare you dead and mortgage you. Those good things. Force you by law to go to an indoctrination center for a certain number of years. What the fuck are you talking about? See, these are pod people. These are fucking pod people, man.
Well, how about this scenario too? If I could pose this, like if you like say you two were talking and then you pointed over to me and said, hey, like if Jaron said to you, or Brenda, if you said you were talking to Jaron and you pointed to me and said, hey, that guy over there, he's gonna attack you. you could not know me at all, but now what is Jaren going to think if I walk up and join up with you guys? Is he going to be on edge, on defense? Is he going to be kind of wondering what could happen? What am I doing? What are my motives? You could just tell somebody something very passively and subtly, and it can mess with their perceptions. It can alter their actions or behaviors, those types of things. And so doing those little types of like micro fear of be afraid of your fellow man, we shouldn't need that kind of stuff. No one goes around telling, hey, I have this idea.
I'll bet you that girl don't even believe in our Lord and Savior Jesus Trump. A heathen.
Let's go attack people.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. The problem is continuing the metaphor, not you personally, but continuing the metaphor.
What whole air thing are you talking about? When I was talking about the moon pulling on the air? It should. If it's pulling on water, and the claim is that all this shit's held here to Earth with gravity, and the gravity of the moon is pulling on the hundreds and billions of tons of water, well, it should very easily be able to pull on our atmos as well, right? But does it? No. Doesn't pull on the water either. Something else is going on, and it's not the moon. The moon might indicate a tide, but it doesn't necessarily create the tide. Dig?
You have plans to kill us, right? You've got guns pointed at us. You've threatened to use them, right?
Who?
Okay.
Other countries have nuclear missiles pointed at us, programmed for us, and they've threatened.
But you've never seen one of those. You've never seen a
Nukes are a hoax, Brenda. See, living in fear.
nuclear weapon pointed at us. You just are told a story about it that makes you fearful. The difference is you're fearful of that.
Nuclear weapons are just a reality. To disbelieve in nuclear weapons,
and it could just be even.
You believe it because they showed you a video, man. That's why you believe that there's nukes. They showed you a video. Forget the fact that atoms are only a theory.
Could be.
What?
The threat of something like that is enough to have now. Just by threatening that kind of a war, you can have both established governments can use that fear in the mindset of the people over their people to help keep them. Hey, we're on the risk.
Yeah, that's a conspiracy theory, and you will need to give evidence for your conspiracy theory rather
the military attacks
rather than just polling ideas.
Coverage. They attack Minneapolis. They spray their own people all the time. There are people who give orders in the military who have no concern with attacking other people, even their own people. They have no concern. So them lying, if you can take a life.
Well, you need to show that. These are just.
What do you mean to show that?
Claims you need to show. You need to give.
You've never been shown evidence that the government is against the people of this country. Have you heard about?
What do you mean against?
Operation Sea Spray, where they went through New York and
no idea what that is.
Look it up.
All right. So I think that they're kind of going off of the flat Earth aspect of this, down the realm of some other conspiracies and things that occur. And I think that's about enough for tonight anyways. We're coming up 4, almost 5 hours. I think we've done quite the thing. So apparently I am going to be debating Brenda Tuesday on Jarenism at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. That should be exciting. I'm sure I'll have correspondence between now and then with Jarenism and put together a few things, but I think it'll be all right. I do pretty good on my feet, and I think it'll be a pretty good show. So hopefully, we'll see. We'll be back again tomorrow night at 9:30, like we always are. Was I going to show you guys something? What was it that I was going to show you guys? There was something. There was something. I mentioned it earlier. You mods were supposed to remember and tell me. You guys were supposed to tell me you forgot. That's all right. I forgot too. Saab forgets all the fucking time. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Maybe it'll remind me. Maybe it was in here. Was it? I have no idea. I have no idea what happened to it. It's gone. It's all right. It'll probably hit me later on, I'll go, oh, I remember what it was. Oh, the miroscope. Yeah. No, it wasn't the miroscope. Moon shrinking? Yeah, I know. That's what the fucking NASA said. The moon's fucking shrinking. Ain't that some shit? See, those clowns will just make up shit all the time. They love it. They know that you'll eat it up too, though, because they're wearing a little slide ruler and the shit, and they got the glasses, and we're rocket scientists. You can see that's a audio light. And, somehow the short bus didn't account for curvature and ended up in space. I guess that's the thing. It's shrinking. Soon it'll be floppy. It's going to look funny as hell. It's going to have wrinkles in it. Oh, man. You thought the lunar wave was something. Wait till you see a wrinkly moon. It's going to look like a big glowing nutsack up in the sky. It's going to be terrible. Anyway, we'll see y'all tomorrow night. I'll be back on again tomorrow at 9:35. Make sure you subscribe, share this out, and we'll see you tomorrow night. I haven't decided what I'm going to get into tomorrow yet, but that's how I am. I just kind of improv, adapt, overcome, and improvise. That's what we do, and we enjoy the shit out of it. So I want to thank everybody for showing up. It's great to see everybody. Hope you all had a good time. And hopefully Tuesday should be a very, very informative and lively debate. So we'll see you then. Don't forget, don't trust any of their twiddle twaddle, their mind fuckery, or their bahooey. All right. And Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor. Get rid of his ass because he'll probably fucking kill you. So good night, everybody.